បី សូមចាត់សូមចែងញៃថ្លែងវិចាររៀបរាប់ខ្លឹមសារលើកអត្តន័យ ពីស្ត្រីខ្មែរដ៏ថ្លាថ្លៃជូនញាតិប្រុងស្រីស្ដាប់នឹងទស្សនាពូជពងវងសាវវតាខ្មែរឥតមានកែប្រែចង្រិយាទំនៀមទម្លាប់ពីដូនតាសម្បត្តិចង្រិយាស្ត្រីខ្មែរហើយអើយសម្បត្តិចង្រិយាស្ត្រីខ្មែរគុណធម៌ល្អពិតមិននៃសាមានសាងសំត្រូវបាននាមស្រីគ្រប់លក្ខនាងបានចាចែងថ្លែងពីការពិតពុំមែនប្រឌិតពិតមានជាងសូម្បីប្រាសាទក៏មានឆ្លាំងអប្សរាបញ្ចាំងជាតិស្ត្រីខ្មែរ
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 14 minutes before we start. I would like to kindly remind everyone to fill up your information for the event registration. Please use format institution's name underscores title underscores first name for your Zoom account renaming. I would like to kindly remind everyone to fill up your attendance by answering the survey through the link provided in the chat box. Thank you.
Chùl dương không thái ai công vong
យើងស្រឡាញ់គ្នាតាំងពីក្មេងដល់ពេលអូនធំមិនបែកចិត្តផ្សេងដូចទឹកនឹងប្រេងពៅឲ្យរលាយបាត់អើអើai arna ona na som lanh chất sợi trong côm khla mầm trong ca cột này các bạn đôi chân năng ốt cú đôi chân năng đây này chân chấm bung về phết mòn prey pro na thua đây pro năng trâu hẳn hao giang chất on này xả ruồi mốc ri mong tràn miền đất on này cò dâu cô lực con lực trai cho một on song ai cái đong tuần sai pu cài lẹp khai mâm mài bịa xóm đây ai arna ona na xóm lanh chânนี่จะกงไหนจะไปโบราณเองอ๋อโลกแต่งบ้านสู่กงไหนก็ยอมอนาคตก็ไม่ยังไม่ไอ้ขยมเฉลยไอ้จอมปีโปรอังโลกชงลสงสัยกำเนิดกุ้งในขยมยลท่าสมานมันเต้าแดนนาอโลกใสบนแต่กงในก็ยอมจะไปสับไงคำบวงสรวงบอนจรันสมมาสมคนบนปรัตนไตรตุสบารมัยตั้ง3 สัปประอันประพรมประเนตรได้ตึบสมช่วยอนาคตก็ไม่อ้อยพลือสว่างรงเรืองทลายทลาบ้านอนาคตขมารงเรืองกลางตะกมกงในขยมคือท่าสบายขนงจันดามันสบายที่กงในขยมไม่นา ទាំងកូនគង់ណៃទាំងចៅគង់ណៃចៅទួតចៅលួតជាទីស្នេហាបើអនាគតខ្មែររងរឿងថ្លៃថ្លាមានឡានវិឡានៅនឹងគេហើយបើគង់ណៃចៅគង់ណៃកូនគង់ណៃខ្ញុំបានរងរឿងបានសុកកាយស្គមស្កាងជាតិខ្មែរទាំងមូលក៏ថ្លៃអីថ្លាអស់លោកសួរខ្ញុំគ្រាឥឡូវគង់ណៃក៏មិនទាន់ហ៊ានថាប៉ុន្តែគង់ណៃបបួងសួងបនទេព្តាឲ្យជួយអនាគតខ្មែរខេមរារងរឿងថ្លៃថ្លាសុភមង្គលមួយទៀតចង់បានអនាគតខ្មែរសុំឲ្យប្រែបានជួបគេហៅថាប្រជាធិបតេយ្យឲ្យកូនខ្មែរយល់ដឹងទាំងប្រុសកៃស្រីហ៊ានថាហ៊ាននិយាយហ៊ានកសាងបើបុគ្គលណាដើរខុសផ្លូវឲ្យកូនខ្មែរទាំងអស់ហ៊ានលើកភ័ស្តុតាងហ៊ានទីទានហ៊ានកសាងសូមឲ្យអនាគតខ្មែរមានសំណាងហ៊ានកសាងគ្នានឹងគ្នាមិនថាអ្នកតូចមិនថាអ្នកធំបើមិនខុសក្រឹតក្រមច្បាប់វិន័យសូមឲ្យខ្មែរយើងមានសិទ្ធិសេរីយល់ដឹងត្រង់ផ្លូវគ្រប់គ្នាមុននឹងបញ្ចប់គង់នៃខ្ញុំសូមប្រអិនប្រព្រំអង្គព្រះពុទ្ធេជួយខ្មែរជួយកម្ពុជាឲ្យរៀងឲ្យរងរឿងភ្លឺថ្លាដោយគោលបំណង
Announcing the arrival of Dr. Chet Shelley, Director of the Royal University of Phnom Penh.
បាទគង់នៃជាបៃដងវែងខែមរាំងនិយមរស់ក្នុងសង្គមកម្ពុជាហើយខ្ញុំនឹងគឺណានាអស់លោកមីគួរឲ្យឆ្ងល់ដែរគាត់សង្ស័យបើចឹងខ្ញុំសូមបកស្រាយជូនយាយតាតែខ្ញុំគង់ណៃមិនមែនជនជាតិសាំងដទៃខ្ញុំបាទគង់ណៃជនជាតិខ្មែរ ប៉ុន្តែគង់ថ្ងៃនៃខ្ញុំមកអរ៉ាអ៊ូលងុំដែលនឹកស្រណោះអេអស់លោកបរទេសតាមដានមើលចោះកន្លែងរៀនសូត្រក៏ពុំគប្បីសពថ្ងៃខ្ញុំនៅសង្កាត់ទន្លេបាសាក់ខណ្ឌចំការមនរៀនសិស្ស4នាក់2ប្រុស2ស្រីខំរៀនប៉ុណ្ណឹងហើយនៅតែមិនសុខអីគេគិតដូរដីដូរកន្លែងទៀតគង់ណៃខ្ញុំនឹកព្រួយចិត្តដែរកើតជាខ្មែរមិនសូវសប្បាយអេជនបរទេសមកពីជាតិឆ្ងាយខ្លះក៏សួរខ្ញុំគង់ណៃតាចេះប៉ណ្ណឹងដែរមិនក៏ផ្ទះអីចឹងខ្ញុំសង្ស័យបើដូចប្រទេសគេយន្តជាតិគេដតីចេះប្រហែលគង់ថ្ងៃណៃអត់មានដើរដីពីសុទ្ធតែឡានខ្ញុំថាធ្វើមិនកម្មពីជាក្រខ្ញុំរស់ទាំងដដគួរឲ្យអួលអាក់ឥឡូវសពថ្ងៃនេះបានអង្គការសិល្បៈខ្មែរអមតៈដែលជួយយឹតយងជ្រងស្នាទម្រង់ជាបៃដងវែងខ្ញុំឲ្យមានសង្ឃឹមតទៅថ្ងៃមុខជាទីស្នេហាបណ្ឌិតគង់ណៃខ្ញុំនៅទៅខ្លោចផ្សារខ្លាចទៅបាត់បង់គេមរតកពីដូនតាឥឡូវមានអង្គការសិល្បៈខ្មែរអមតៈជួយជ្រងស្ដាលោកថាមិនអោយបាត់បង់ឡើយអីបើចឹងគង់ណៃក៏សង្ឃឹមដែរហើយ
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 20 minutes before we start. Please use format institution's name, underscores title, underscores first name for your Zoom account renaming. I would like to kindly remind everyone to fill up your attendance by answering the survey through the link provided in the chat box. Thank you.
Cùng thể miền kế chung dài sông phía bên bờ đây thăm đà pro hai nâng say thăm đà pro hai say mình bánh lại vì say cái đây rắm vùng cái yếm cái song rô you khơi cái lo bật cu chẳng mình chu bài chân chẳng cu bài chân cu ơi ăn nực nực đòn cu phong xa
rong vong tung ta miên cá chuồng sai sông phía bên bờ đây thoa mà đà pra hai nâng say thoa mà đà pra hai nâng sayมันlạnhอะไรពីសក្តីរងវងខ្ញុំសងរកគូយូ
thì miền kế chuồng sai sông tia bình bồ rây thăm đà pro hai nâng say thăm đà pro hai nâng say nâng đánh alai vì dịch đầy ram vùng cái yam song rô.
Announcing the arrival of Dato Dr. Norzari bin Hamad, Secretary General, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia. Announcing the arrival of His Excellency Mr. Park Sokhom, Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism, Royal Government of Cambodia.
កថាសងសាមីអូនអើយពីអ្នកនឹងបងអើយទៅលេងបនកថាសងសាមីអូនអើយពីអ្នកនឹងបង
Miệp xưa trong bạn sẽ không á, rồi càng càng xuống tiền do trong sông sạc xuống.
Bạn chỉ được xưa ai đâu chỉ được xưa.
Bạn miệp xưa, họ từ đấy lư sầm lấy nhé.
Lư cho ba hai năm lư ba lư năm.
Có năng bạn sông tay bạn năng nghe chương cho chặt.
Này filter admit ở đây kia này cái chỗ mà thằng cả admit là một trong những cái
Admit
anh này admit
anh
Announcing the arrival of His Excellency Mr. Tri Chief, Advisor to Ministry, Director of International Cooperation and ASEAN Department, Director of the National Committee for Tourism Professional Secretariat, Ministry of Tourism, Cambodia.
Một đong bong xăm sa sao sấy sờ lanh bong từ bong chìa mi song phum thay mê song côn bay prò buồn cài nắng xăm chiếc cú viết na sờ em thắp bó khuôn lúa chào con tôi nên tra bánh pruin sna hà chầm ra cái nhóm sờ em phala đôi ca con pong krapum yang bị tôi đal thum cho muôn cái nhóm mang đal pram nhiệt xóm pro sáng mày skol phải trong skol chmuông tiết kê đa prong priết mình xua kê phong sro em phala lo mục lo riêng lo khăn dù mà bong xăm xa ôn say sờ lanh bong từ bong chìa mi song phum thay mê song côn bay rò buồn ca nắng
ត្រឹមត្រូវនៅក្នុងខ្លួនឯងជាទីជ្រកពួនសันនិងក ត្រាច់ចោតាមចិត្តជាប់រហូតណាទ្រព្យដែលសំខាន់គឺអវ៉ាតណាអប់រំឲ្យឆ្លាតចិត្តកូនស្លូតណាមរតកអង្គចាធរត្រៃកោតកុំឲ្យរបូតពីខ្លួនឡើយសច្ចង្ខន្តីកត្តញ្ញូធម៌បីជាគ្រូថែកូនហើយ
Announcing the arrival of Dr. Brian Sri Prastuti, MPH Office of the President of Republic of Indonesia, Deputy General Chairman ITTP COVID-19.
Chất lõ cro năng mình ai dốc ơi miệng prăng tơ rọc tình nếp xa Bọn tai chất lõ ca đôi xa miệt đa bay đa priên pro đá Prung hai đôi chân con miệng chân ơi Con kịch áo bần công áo trái áo vạt nâng prang na trong chlau ta con xâm đau mùi na chiếng
A very good morning, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ITTP COVID-19 webinar series 4 ASEAN Tourism Zoning webinar hosted by the Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia. I would like to kindly remind everyone to fill up your attendance by answering the survey through the link provided in the chat box. Here are some code of conduct that shall be followed by the webinar attendees. Only registered participants can participate in this webinar. Those who haven't registered need to do so by filling up the survey through the provided link. Format name in Zoom, institution's name _ title _ first name. For example, UTM _ Miss _ Alia. Participants are entitled to a certificate if the survey has been answered. Virtual certificate will be given to the entitled participant no later than 7 working days after the webinar is completed. Please use the background shared by the committee. Please disable the microphone when the speakers are delivering the speech. No official rest throughout the events. However, you may take your own rest time accordingly and you do not need to inform anyone. Questions can be asked in the chat menu in Zoom with the arrangement, your name, speaker's name, and the question, even prior to the Q&A session. Only selected questions will be asked during the live session. Unanswered questions in the live Q&A session will be answered on the webinar's website. The materials will be shared in the ITTP COVID-19 webinar website. All of the attendees are required to fill up the online survey. The links are provided in the chat box. Thank you.
Good morning, His Excellency Dr. Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Park Sokhom, the Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Dato Dr. Norzari bin Hamad, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Malaysia. Dr. Syed Shelley, Director of the Royal University of Phnom Penh. Professor Insinyur Dr. Eko Suprianto, the General Chairman of the ITTP COVID-19. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the ITTP COVID-19 ASEAN Tourism Zoning webinar.
I'm Reva Salsadila.
And I am Nick Abdillah. We are your Master of Ceremony for today's event.
On behalf of the host, we extend our greatest appreciation to each and every one of you for being able to attend this event.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, 27 leading universities in Southeast Asia have come together with the support from the ASEAN University Network Secretariat, the Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, other government agencies and industries to establish a joint initiative to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic together, which is now known as the ITTP COVID-19.
It is a 3-year plan initiative that includes several international programs, such as conferences, webinars, innovation competition, and joint research. This initiative aims to build a common platform for exchanging ideas and insights on the COVID-19 pandemic based on research and experiences, formulate policy recommendations, and identify relevant technologies to support COVID-19 response and recovery plan.
Here is the rundown for today's event. We will begin this event with the national anthem of the Kingdom of Cambodia, followed by the ASEAN anthem, along with the welcoming speech from our host, Dr. Chatcheli, as Director of the Royal University of Phnom Penh, followed by the speech from the General Chairman of ITTP COVID-19, Professor Insigne Dr. Eko Supriyanto.
Later on, we will have the speech from our respected keynote speakers, Dato Dr. Norzari bin Hamad, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Malaysia, Mr. Pak Sokhom, the Secretary of State, the Kingdom of Cambodia, and His Excellency Dr. Sandiaga S. Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
And then we are moving on to our very much awaited webinar session, which will be moderated by Mr. Kasno Pamungkas and Dr. Tina Ranjane Tirumurti. To wrap up the webinar session, we will be hearing the opinion and statement from our 6 ASEAN country representatives, along with a summary from our moderators.
Lastly, Dr. Muhammad Alif Muhammad Puzi will be presenting the online survey result and the implementation plan from the ASEAN Tourism Zoning.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to commence with the national anthem of the Kingdom of Cambodia, followed by the ASEAN anthem. All attendees are required to pay attention and show proper respect.
Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ
Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. For the next agenda, we will now hear the welcoming speech from Dr. Chet Cheli, the Rector of the Royal University of Phnom Penh.
Very good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure as Rector of Royal University of Phnom Penh to warmly welcome you to the ITTP COVID-19 webinar for ASEAN Tourism Zoning. This is indeed my great honor and privilege for having this opportunity to welcome you in this important event. I also would like to gratefully thank to the ITTP COVID-19 Secretariat for arranging the webinar and co-hosted by Royal University of Phnom Penh. Today, ITTP COVID-19 webinar focuses on strategies and initiatives to reactivate tourism activities in our region, Southeast Asia, and to formulate guidelines for ASEAN tourism zoning. The webinar covers a wide ranges of the topic in the tourism industry, such as initiatives to reactivate tourism activities, opportunities and challenges of ASEAN tourism in the new norm, current plan on the tourism recovery, regulation on tourism during and after pandemic, investing in pandemic risk reduction for resilient tourism industry and guideline on ASEAN tourism zoning. As we already know that tourism is one of the pillars for economic growth through job creation and income generation and social development of the country. Cambodia has plenty to offer in each of our 25 wonderful locations, Phnom Penh being the capital city and 24 provinces of the country. However, it is due to the situation of COVID-19. It is a big challenge for tourism industry around the globe. Therefore, the strategy and initiatives to reactivate tourism activities in Cambodia and also in other countries in ASEAN region is important. I believe that through this webinar conference can be good platform to share our knowledge, experience, and strengthening our collaboration in the tourism industry. In conclusion, it would be great if we can develop the digital platform for ASEAN tourism zoning for and during the post-COVID-19. I would like to express my deep appreciation to all stakeholders, especially excellencies, distinguished guests, speakers, and organizers who contribute to the success of this webinar for. Thank you very much.
Som Okun, thank you, Dr. Chet Cheli. Continuing to our next speech, I would like to invite Professor Insinyur Dr. Eko Supriyanto, the General Chairman of ITTP COVID-19, to brief us on the fourth webinar introduction and ITTP COVID-19 update.
Very good morning, Excellencies, guests, and committee that attend this meeting. Yeah, hopefully we find all in the good health so that this morning we can attend this meeting. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, in these occasions, I would like to introduce the update of the ITTP COVID, which is International Teleconference for Technology and Policy for COVID-19 Risk Management, and also this webinar introductions. The ITTP COVID is 3 years plan that consists of seminar, conference, joint research, product exhibitions, competitions, and few others. It is a platform for academician, industry player, government and non-government society to discuss, present, and evaluate proposal, implementation progress, and impacts of COVID-19 response and recovery plan in Southeast Asia. The program is started by end of 2020. We hope that we can finish by 2023. As we know that in Southeast Asia, the first COVID-19 is arrived on 13 January 2020 in Bangkok. And then from that point, we have a lot of research. From our notes, we have more than 600 research across the ASEAN countries. And then on the 12th of November 2020, ASEAN issued ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework for COVID-19. And then we have on the 2nd December 2020, the ASEAN University Network Leaders meeting to formulate and to establish ITTP COVID 2019. From here, we have 4 main activities, which is first policy recommendation formulations that we have starting with the travel certificates formulations in the webinar on the 24th April. And then we have the enterprises internationalization on the 12th June. And today, we have the tourism zoning webinar on 10th July. And we have another one, digital security, on the 24th July. This will be part of the policy discussion, later, what we will conduct, during the webinar, during the conference. Second, we have the second activity, which is scientific paper review and publications. Currently, we have accept 314 papers from our target 300, but still open until 30 July. Welcome for everyone that attend this meeting to submit to this conference. We have currently 169 papers from health science, 79 papers from social science, technology, and multi-fields, which is 66 papers. And this we will present in the ITTP COVID-19 conference on the 6th to 8th August. Besides that, we have also exchange and some culture activities. We have some joint seminars, we have joint research, and we have some student exchange in our team. Currently, we have always having 10 countries involved in these activities, more than 27 universities, and more than 200 scientists working together with us. More than 2,000 people from industry, government, university association attending this. And the end of this, on the 6th to 8th August, we will have the paper presentations, culture performance, and also product exhibitions. The conference program on the day 1, on the 6th August 2021, we have guests. We invite the President of the Republic of Indonesia, and also the Prime Minister of Malaysia. We invite also, okay, the Minister of Health, Enterprise, Tourism, and Informations. And there will be policies discussion, including the pro-group leaders in the travel certificate, enterprise internationalization, tourism zoning, digital and digital security. And there will be parallel presentation and also product exhibition in the area of health, wellness, tourism, education, digital, electronics, and other fields. And then on the day 3, beside the paper presentation and product exhibition, we will have the award ceremony, and we have the ASEAN birthday celebration, and we do hope that we will have the very good culture performance from 10 countries, either live or recorded. This webinar, the webinar 4, is part of policy recommendation for formulations. The policy recommendation formulation and implementations is done using, okay, in this framework, we do the pre-webinar, and okay, in this time, okay, we conduct the webinar. The webinar has objective to get the input from stakeholders and ASEAN representatives and to discuss the policy recommendations. After that, the committee will continue with the paper writing and review and paper publication. After that, okay, we will conduct some pre-joint research. Then we conduct the intensive research, joint research. After that, we conduct the post-joint research on the implementation of the policy. It's a long way, but okay, we hope that okay, we can do. This is some previous webinar that okay, we are still okay currently managing. The first is the ASEAN Smart Travel Certificate. The second was that intended by okay 960 participants, and one of the results is okay the ASEAN Smart Mobile Certificate for the personal traveling. And then we have the webinar 2 in the small and medium enterprise internationalizations. And then okay, we have the webinar 3 in the mindfulness, and we have also other webinar that conducted okay during the before the conference. So now for the webinar okay 4, okay, the objective of this webinar is to develop concept for ASEAN Tourism Digital Zoning. We have the keynote speakers, Minister, Deputy Minister, and Secretary General that will talk on the country initiative. And then, okay, we have the invited speaker from the Tourism Association, from the government, industry, university, and our team that will talk on the opportunities, challenge, response, regulation, digitalization, and formulation. And then we have also some invited speaker from the country representative. We'll talk on the need, issue, and recommendation. Okay, last but not least, we have also participants that okay will give our feedback and opinion through our survey. And then our team will conclude okay in this. So in the end, we hope that we can have this formulation of the tourism zone in okay as okay I state here. So with this, I think I would like to thank one more, yeah, and okay, see you in the ITTP COVID-19 webinar series and also conference in August. Thank you very much, and happy okay good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Eko. Moving on to our next agenda, which are the presentations from our prominent keynote speakers. As for the next speech, it is my great pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Norzari bin Hamad, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Malaysia to present the Ministry's initiatives to reactivate tourism activities in Malaysia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Please.
Dato, can I unmute? Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yes, Dato. Now okay.
Shall I continue?
Yeah, yes, Dato.
Okay. I think over the last decade, Malaysia has also my heartfelt gratitude also goes to the Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, and team for the hard work in hosting this webinar. Over the last decade, tourism has experienced continued growth and deepening diversification to become one of the fastest growing economic sectors in the world. It brings hope, prosperity, and understanding to so many lives and livelihoods all over the world. But this COVID-19 pandemic has hit almost every country in the world. As the people-oriented industry, tourism is one of the hardest hit economic sectors, and it has been discussed a lot that it's going to be one of the last to recover. In Malaysia, the increase in COVID-19 cases since April 2021 and the implementation of total lockdown, including a ban on all interstate movement and tourism activities, have hampered all efforts to revive the tourism industry. Many businesses such as accommodation, transportation, shopping, food and beverage, arts and culture, as well as business events has been affected. The ministry estimates the loss of tourist expenditure for 2020 is more than USD 30.2 billion, or in ringgit Malaysia about 125 billion. With the implementation of total lockdown, the ministry estimates the loss of tourist expenditure may increase to USD 40 billion in 2021. Furthermore, according to the latest UNWTO barometer, 60% of the experts predicted a rebound will start sometime in 2022 and a return to the 2019 levels will only be in the year 2024 or later. This is due to the pace of the vaccination rollout in some key source markets, as well as policies to restart safely, and uncertainty remains high due to the ongoing pandemic. Okay, and next one. Okay, let me touch a bit about the strategy. What we are doing now in order to combat the impact of this pandemic to the tourism industry. We have just launched the National Tourism Policy 2020 to 2030, and in this case we have 6 main transformation strategies here. One is as shown on the screen. One is to strengthen the governance capacity. The second strategy that we put in place in order to ensure the development of this industry is to create special tourism investment zones. And the third is to move forward tourism 4.0 by means of using all the technologies, especially the digitalizations. And number 4 is to enhance visitor sophistication. Number 4 is to practice sustainable and responsible tourism. And number 6 is to upskill human capital in the tourism industry. What I'm saying here is that this policy is to transform Malaysia's tourism industry by harnessing public-private sector partnership and to embrace digitalization in order to drive innovation and competitiveness towards sustainable and inclusive development in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, with that framework, we now move to what we are going to do, or how we are going to come out with our tourism recovery plan, which must be also in line with the framework of the National Tourism Policy, as I explained just now. As we see on the screen here, in this regard, the ministries remain concerned on how industry players is coping with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we can see here there are 6 plans here, what we call it tourism recovery plans, that we especially designed in order for us to recover from the impact of this pandemic. And all these 6 strategies or 6 plans are in line with the transformation strategies that we have put in place. The strategic action 1 is that to ease of regulations. This is to ensure the survivability of the industry. MOTAC, or the ministry, has implemented several initiatives to help ease the burden of industry players, including simplifying the regulations, waiving of license fees for travel agent and tourist guide, 40% discount on payment of compound issued, and also the extension of compound payment period. The second strategic action that we put in place here is to strengthen cooperation with the private sector in reinventing tourism, arts, and culture products to be more appealing and innovative without jeopardizing health and safety concerns. And strategic 3 is to embrace digitalization here. The pandemic has changed the tourism business landscape, whereby the crisis has fast-forwarded the use of digital technology, for example, the use of video conferencing, chat application, and so on. This is something that we need to put in place. And in this case, the ministry, through our craft agency, has introduced online marketing initiative such as e-craft bazaar, craft on the go, and also my craft shop to help craft entrepreneurs sustain their business as the country battles the COVID-19 pandemic. And the strategic action 4, as shown here, is to boost the domestic tourism. I think all the countries now is looking into how we can boost the domestic tourism as our border is still closed. In this regard, in 2019, domestic tourism expenditure amounted to more than ringgit Malaysia 103 billion, surpassing the ringgit Malaysia 86 billion spending by international travelers. From this figure, we can easily realize that domestic tourism is going to be one of the important sectors that need to be addressed. This shows that the domestic segment plays a role in generating income for the country. Thus, there is a potential for domestic travelers to spend in the country, which in turn will contribute to reviving our economy and industry. Therefore, industry players may tap into these market segments by offering personalized and creative packages and promote the hidden gems in the countrysides, as travelers nowadays prefer a safe destination with a laid-back lifestyle and plenty of fresh air. And our last strategy here is the reskilling and upskilling of human capital, especially in the area of digital literacy. We offer some sort of training programs to the industry players. We work closely with association and private sectors. For example, with ATIM and association related to the training for the industry players in the tourism sector. And also we collaborate with Google and Shopee in giving them a training or retraining to ensure that their skills are still there to take part in the reviving of the industry. And the final one is the final step that we put in place now that Malaysia has taken is the travel bubble. Currently, the government is looking at essential business travelers, and the ministry is trying to push on niche products, which involve small group and outdoor activities such as golfing, scuba diving, and also deep sea fishing. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, these are the big plans that we put into place for the tourism recovery plans. And allow me to discuss one of the current initiatives that we have done at the moment is we introduced what we call it COVID-19 free destination program. This is also related to travel bubble that I just mentioned just now. For this program, we are going to implement it in 3 phases. One is the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. For phase 1, we are going to focus on 2 main areas. One is the Langkawi Island and also the Kuching City. For phase 1, is going to be a pilot project. And for phase 2, we are going to expand it to other tourist destinations in Malaysia. And the third one is that our aim is to ensure that main tourism destination in each state of Malaysia will be open to the public, to the tourists. In facilitating this tourism recovery in Malaysia, as I mentioned that we are going to implement this COVID-19 free destination programs. And to date, the ministry is working closely with other relevant ministry agencies to expedite their vaccination programs in the targeted destination. We target the vaccination coverage of at least 80% of the population or herd immunity before opening for domestic tourism. And the ministry is expecting domestic travelers to Langkawi or the designated tourism spots in October or November this year. And my last slide is also related that we are doing what we are doing at the moment, ongoing initiative. I think here we have about 8 ongoing initiatives, which also in line with the tourism recovery plan that I just mentioned earlier. Yes, I will go this very briefly. Number one is that we need to engage with the players. We need to constantly engage with the players so that we can hear what their grievances, and then from that input we will then formulate appropriate plans. And the second one is the e-craft bazaar that I just mentioned. We create a platform for the entrepreneurs to promote their products. And the third is training. As I mentioned here, we carry out training programs for enable the players to take part in other activities which are also related to the tourism industry. And we also have assistant, financial assistant, one-off assistant for tourist guide. We give them financial assistance for them for their living here. And also the government also introduced what we call the Penjana tourism financing amounting to ringgit Malaysia 1 billion. For this purpose, we are trying to support the Malaysian SMEs, small and medium enterprise in the tourism sector by giving them loan here. And we hope that with this loan, they can able to restart their business again. And at the same time, we will keep on doing all our promotional activities and also the packages here. We have our website here, Malaysia Travel online platform that enable tourism industry players to display and promote their offers and packages for free here. We are giving a free platform to all the players to allow them to promote their products. And for the civil servants here, we also introduced special package for civil servants offering exclusive discounts on tours and holidays. And the next one is Craft on the Go. It's also a sort of incentive digital services in the form of mobile apps to increase accessibility of information about craft entrepreneurs throughout Malaysia. And last ongoing initiative here is with regards to MICE industry here. Mix in Malaysia campaign has been introduced, has been carried out, and is a form of incentive to assist and support MICE industry players in organizing business events in Malaysia and in a hybrid manner, both physically and also online simultaneously. And Mr. Chairman and Excellency and all the participants here, I think that's all my presentation here, just to give a very brief views on the plan that we have now and also the ongoing initiative that we put in place in order for Malaysia to revive the industry. So we put here our tagline here: tourism preserve, conserve and protects culture, heritage and mother nature. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Dato Norzari, for the eye-opening presentation. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to request the keynote speakers to please stay until the end of the keynote speaker session so that we can take a good picture together. As for the next speech, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Park Sokhom, Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia, to present the ministry's initiative to reactivate tourism activities in Cambodia.
Good morning, Excellency Sandiga Salahuddin Yuno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, Excellency Dr. Chetchili, Rector of the Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Excellency Dr. Noor Ari bin Hamad, Secretary General of the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture of Malaysia. Professor Dr. Ing Iko, Supreme Yanto, ITTP COVID-19 General Manager. Excellency Mr. Trichiu, Advisor to the Ministry of Tourism, Director of International Cooperation and ASEAN Department of the Ministry of Tourism, Director of National Committee for Tourism Professional Secretariat, Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Tong, Minister of Tourism and Chairman of the National Committee for Tourism Professional of Cambodia, and on my own behalf, I am highly honored and greatly delighted to be with Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN tourism policy makers, tourism development partners, researchers, students, and all stakeholders at this important event of ASEAN Tourism Zoning today. I wish to convey the sincere regret of His Excellency Dr. Tongkon, Minister of Tourism of Cambodia, for not being able to attend this webinar, and please allow me to relay his best wishes of good success to this conference. My deep appreciation goes to ITTP COVID-19 Secretariat for organizing the first ever webinar gathering all areas of expertise to formulate recommendations and insights on tourism recovery in the region. May I highly appreciate all previous speakers for giving the fruitful input to the webinar. Taking this opportunity, may I convey the deepest sympathy from the leaders of Cambodia, in particular from Samdech Akak Mahasena Padej Techo Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, to families and victims around the world and in the region for the loss of lives and casualty caused by the COVID-19. Among those affected, we are deeply concerned about millions of tourism professionals in the world and our region whose livelihood are facing risk. They are those who trusted in tourism sector and we need them to recover. And today's event will contribute to this end. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, tourism sector is one of the hardest hit economic sector since the outbreak of coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, with travel restriction and lockdown put in place in almost countries around the world. In 2020, Asian tourism sector have suffered a loss of more than 75% in tourism receipt, and international arrival have declined by more 80% compared to 2019. Cambodia has experienced a decrease of 8.4% of international visitor arrival. As a consequence of international arrival declination, Cambodia experienced 330,000 direct tourism job loss and over 3,135 tourism business closed in 2020. According to the National Committee for Tourism Professionals of Cambodia, in 2020, more than 40% of tourism professionals have been changing their careers to other areas of skills such as agricultural sector, construction, banks, so on and so forth. In response to the impact the royal government of Cambodia has from the beginning adopted the relief packages ranging from cash for affected workers of all sectors, discount a public commodity tax exemptions to facilitation of bank reimbursement. As of the affected tourism professional, in addition to cash incentive, the Ministry of Tourism has been conducting the upskilling and reskilling program through the e-learning platform. It is intended to encourage and retain the talent and skill in tourism sector. Furthermore, the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia has developed and implemented the safety and hygiene protocol applied in services of restaurant, food courts, hotel, guest house, tourist transport and community-based tourism, and domestic tour operator. In addition, on 30th March 2021, the Royal Government of Cambodia endorsed the Roadmap of Cambodia Tourism Promotion and Recovery Plan during and post-COVID-19 2021-2025 with 3 phases. Firstly, Resilient and Restart 2020-2021. Secondly, Recovery 2022-2023. And thirdly, Relaunch 2024 and 2025. Along with Siem Reap Tourism Development Master Plan 2021-2035, based on the roadmap, the Ministry of Tourism has been developing the initiative to reopen the country to international vaccinated tourists. This crucial work needs the direct involvement from the Ministry of Health and relevant authorities. The target is also safety to reopen Cambodia destination by the end of this year, step by step, under the sound standard destination by the end of this year, jointly developed and agreed by all parties, including private sector. However, all the concrete action will depend on the development of outbreak in the country, especially in target destination. With this connection, I would like to seek your cooperation to revitalize Cambodia tourism and bring back job and income to tourism operators, professionals, as well as the country economy. Excellencies and dear participants, through the period of this crisis, we learned that only more enhanced international cooperation, solidarity will combat against the pandemic meet and success. With this spirit, the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia, as the host of ASEAN Tourism Forum 2022 and chair of the 25th meeting of ASEAN Tourism Minister, virtually convened the special meeting on COVID-19 and the 24th meeting of ASEAN Tourism Minister and related meeting on 4th February 2021. Adopted the Phnom Penh Declaration of more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient ASEAN tourism for working to address the challenges together. We would like to invite you to join ASEAN Tourism Forum that will be held from 16 to 22nd January 2022 in Sihanoukville province to launch the reopening of ASEAN tourism sector. As ASEAN family, we are proud of what we are today. At this crisis time, our unity, solidarity, and friendship have been proven even stronger. Our ASEAN leaders and partners have worked hard on exchanging information and best practices in response to COVID-19, preparing the recovery plan while continuing the activity in ASEAN Tourism Strategic Plan 2016-2025. We also appreciate our input and recommendations so far given by international communities, researchers, and industry on recovery process. To gear our future tourism, we really thankful to ASEAN leaders for the wise guidance and recommendation given at Special ASEAN Summit on COVID-19 in April 2020, the 36th and the 37th ASEAN Summit as well, related summit. We fully understand that only with enhanced cooperation, harmonized safety, and health protocol in place, will ASEAN tourism come back soon. At the present, the world is getting to regain hope as vaccine has been developed and rolled out. We welcome the vaccination program in ASEAN member states. Vaccine is really a key to restart tourism as well as ASEAN travel corridor framework and arrangement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fighting against COVID pandemic give us a chance to explore more things and perspective. The COVID-19 drives us more to explore a new regional product and destination, adopt more technological and digital innovation approach, a new way learning and communication, apply e-learning platform, so on and so forth. At this stage and forward, I believe ASEAN tourism will face trade-off between sustainably survive and livelihood of people and keep our people safe and healthy. Of course, it's not a new paradigm, but it will require concrete action in a new platform pattern of life. While the current status of COVID-19 pandemic is stable, we must be aware of any inevitable future pandemic. With this connection, on behalf of the leaders of the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia, I would like to invite excellencies, speakers, participants to provide the webinar with our assessment and wisdom on the current crisis, guidance on way forward with view and perspective on the future of ASEAN Forum, Tourism Forum. I do believe that the webinar will be a success and send hopeful message to our tourism industry. Before I conclude my keynote, may I wish excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the four gems of Buddha: longevity, nobility, health, and strength. Thank you very much for your attention.
Som Okun, thank you, Mr. Park Sokom, for the insightful speech. As for the next speech, we will have the presentation from Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republic Indonesia. But before we continue, I would like to request a group photo session with our keynote speakers. Audiences, please switch on your camera. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. And one more for good luck. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. As for the next presentation, we feel honored to have with us the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republic Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Sandiaga S. Uno, who will be speaking about the ministry initiative to reactivate tourism activities in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sandiaga Uno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Greetings to all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. His Excellency Pak Sokom, Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism, Royal Government of Cambodia, His Excellency Dato Dr. Noor Zari bin Hamad, Secretary General, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia, the Honorable Professor Dr. Ink Eko Supriyanto, General Chairman of ITTP COVID-19, His Excellency Dr. Chet Chili, Rector of Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, all distinguished speakers and participants. Together with Mr. Nofiandi Makalam and Mr. Jubilar Pascoro, we would like to thank every one of you from the bottom of our heart, from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, and we wish you from the wonderful archipelago of Indonesia the best of health. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin my remarks with praises to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessings, we can virtually join this webinar series for ASEAN Tourism Zoning. I wish to extend my great appreciations to the team of IITP COVID-19 for convening this webinar and also for inviting me to participate in this very wonderful occasions where tourism stakeholders share their thoughts and experience, particularly on the anticipations of post-pandemic recovery. I also would like to express our gratitude to Cambodia for your leadership under the ASEAN Tourism Crisis Community ATCCT. ATCCT. This is a wonderful moment, and I truly believe that IITP COVID-19 will continue This is a wonderful moment, and I truly believe that IITP COVID-19 will continue to support tourism recovery efforts as part of the It's very hard to speak when the host keep on muting me. I'm so sorry, Pasocom. So sorry. The host, is it okay to talk now or should we wait for you to be ready? Let me call on the host.
Yes, I think can continue. Okay, doctor.
Okay. It's very hard for me to speak if you keep on muting me. I think you should mute the people who are not supposed to talk.
Sorry, we do that. Yeah.
Okay, let me continue. It's okay. It's part of the new normal. It's fine. It's okay. Let me repeat. This is a wonderful moment, and I truly believe that IITP COVID-19 will continue to support tourism recovery efforts as part of the implementations of COVID-19 recovery plan in Southeast Asia. On these good occasions, I will share several things, namely the indicators of tourism and creative economy 2019-2020, all the way to our strategy in terms of implementing the recovery plan for the Indonesia tourism.
host, any problem?
The host keep on muting me. I think you should be muting people who are not supposed to talk.
Okay, you can continue again. Yeah, I think there is some
No, it's okay, Pak. I will teach you how to. So you go to the participants and ITTP Secretariat as a host or COVID-19 Technical as co-host, and all these co-hosts, just look at the microphone that is emanating sounds, and then you just mute it. As host or co-host, you can do it. But don't mute all, because if you mute all, you will mute me as well. Shall I continue?
Yes, I can continue. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Smile, everybody smile. Jangan tegang semuanya. Ayo smile. Semangat semuanya. Alrighty, let me continue. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to talk about the indicator of tourism and creative economy in 2019 compared to 2020. According to the data released by Statistics Indonesia Bureau, we really face very tough time in the tourism sector. The number fell of foreign tourist arrival up to 75% in 2020. We only have 4 million tourists compared to 16 million plus in 2019. Meanwhile, the domestic tourists fell from 282 million to 198 million, of around almost 30%. The great loss of international visitors strongly affected our foreign exchange earnings from $17 billion in 2019 to only 3.2 billion in 2020. And more than 6.6% of around 1 million workers in tourism sectors have lost their job, and close to 400,000 in the creative economy has received furlough in 2020. The President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Jokowi, gave directions when I joined the government at the end of December. First, the accelerations of infrastructure development in 5 super priority destinations of Borobudur, Lake Toba, Labuan Bajo, Likupang, and Mandalika. So, Pak Sokom, post COVID-19, I will invite you to these 5 super priority destinations, namely Borobudur. I think you know Borobudur very well. Lake Toba, Labuan Bajo, Likupang, and Mandalika. And we will have ASEAN side events when we take chairmanship in 2023 in 5 of these key areas. We also are preparing calendar of events that includes local events as well as national and international events. And we're implementing a very strict certifications of cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability. We believe the creative economy will be the locomotive for job creation. And we're not only surviving, but we will revive and then thrive. 3 main pillars of tourism and creative economy recovery is innovation, such as utilizations of technology and digital as well as big data, adaptations, which we now have to adapt to the adherence of very strict health protocol, and collaborations, which is we need to cooperate with all the stakeholders in the sectors. We have established some quick wins for 2021. I know it's been challenging with the surge of number of new cases and the second wave that we are currently facing. But we cannot stop to prepare for post-pandemic tourism and recovery. Basically, we need to focus on adherence to the health protocol, cleanliness, health, safety, environmental sustainability. We need to make sure that the new trend of tourism of normalized, customized, localized, and smaller in size will be basically our focus. In closing, I will want to update you on the travel bubble framework that we are working under the ASEAN Travel Corridor Arrangements Framework. We're working with some countries on the proposed flow for international tourists from pre-arrivals to their return back to their country. We are preparing Bali, Batam, and Bintan for this new travel corridor, which we will immediately start after we manage to bring down the number of new cases. Bali will be the pilot project that we hope we could do right after we bring down the number of new cases to below 100 in Bali, whereby the vaccinations reach more than 80% of Balinese, and also a very strict implementation of health protocol of testing and tracing and treatment. 3 different areas in Bali have now been prepared of Sanur, Ubud, and Nusa Dua. We believe with the preparations of this under finalizations and continue to be finalized even during this very tough time, we hope that we could receive international tourists in Ngurah Rai International Airport in Bali, not too far in the distance. So again, let me iterate that the preconditions for border reopening will be the pandemic under management, and it is in the areas whereby we manage to bring down the number of new cases, vaccinations program completed, end-to-end health protocol being implemented, and industry readiness in terms of hotel, and also restaurants and other stakeholders are completely ready to receive foreign tourists. And we believe these strategies will enable us to have more quality and sustainable tourism going forward. In closing, let me conclude, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to be together. We need to join hands. We need to collaborate. We need to work with one another. Let me conclude by thanking the hosts and organizers of this wonderful event. I wish all the participants enjoy this webinar, and this is a great example of how adaptations using virtual platform are being done. So seminars whereby we normally meet offline, now we could meet great list of speakers online. And lastly, I hope you and your beloved ones are always in good health, safe and healthy. Thank you. May God bless all of us, and I wish you a fruitful event for today. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Sandiaga, for the insightful presentation. Announcing the departure of His Excellency Dr. Sandiaga S. Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republic of Indonesia.
Thank you very much and see you later. Semangat semuanya, semangat.
Thank you.
Pamit dulu. Nggih.
Silakan.
Terima kasih, Excellency.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Ya.
Terima kasih Pak Menteri.
Terima kasih Pak Sokom.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ladies and gentlemen, now comes the time for the Q&A session. Due to the time limit, we can only select one question, and this question is for both of our speakers today. The question is from Associate Professor Dr. Osman Ibrahim, which is, when the pandemic prompted most countries to impose travel restrictions, many people also refused to travel for the fear of infection. Despite promoting domestic tourism, many countries already started the strategy of sub-regional travel bubbles between neighborhood countries in order to get back the confidence and demand from international traveling. How the strategies of travel bubbles have been implemented by each country, and what are the strategies implemented to buy in from the industry players to prepare for business, and how this travel bubble initiative will reach out to tourists to help their decision-making for traveling within ASEAN countries. So first, I would like to invite Mr. Pak Sokong, your comments for Cambodia. Mr. Pak. What is the term? Yeah, all right. Thank you, Mr. Pak.
Thank you very much. May I pass this session to Excellency Tri Chiu, Advisor to the Ministry of Tourism and Director of the National Cooperation and ASEAN Department to do for me. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sure. Mr. Tri.
Thank you. Very good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be with you today. And I would like to start my session with the question from the audience. Of course, during, as you mentioned from the beginning of 2020, initiatives came up in order to cope up with the unprecedented challenge of COVID-19. And we have witnessed and seen up and down in terms of reopening process, a trial of some countries in the world. Some countries have tried to reopen their borders and then they closed. And domestic tourism has been encouraged up to now, but in some countries, it is not successful because of the unstable outbreak or situation of COVID-19. And then travel bubble, which is first a good initiative, and it's still a good initiative in some areas to restart the travel across borders, have been discussed and stopped, and again. Example can be seen in some countries, Hong Kong, Singapore, or some other countries. So the question is how well it works. My general view is it depends on how well we manage the community outbreak in the source country and destination countries. And the key answer is also the vaccination rollout, something we call the herd community. That is a message to inspire confidence and trust. Background sound. Okay. And this is not very convincing for countries to go forward for travel bubble. But anyway, the initiative is still on the agenda for some countries. For Cambodia, beginning of 2020, we used to develop the initiative and concept of travel bubble with our partner countries. We have talked with the targeted countries, but it seems that due to the up and down situation of COVID-19, so the initiative is still pending. And now we are facing new development of COVID-19, new variants and new measures. It seems that up to now, what we are going to do is to push and to support and encourage all vaccination rate in the countries. And Cambodia, I can say we are very successful. Up to now, the vaccination rollout is reaching almost 50%. And Phnom Penh capital itself is completed. And so the vaccination program planning is moving to other areas of the countries. So it seems that Cambodia is ready to welcome back international tourists. Anyway, everything cannot be predictable due to the new variants emergence and other related challenge. Way forward, I think for one perspective, the vaccine rollout is the key, as mentioned by His Excellency Pasacom in his opening address remark. This is from me. Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tri. How about Malaysia, Dato'?
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me begin by explaining that on Wednesday and Thursday, last Wednesday and Thursday, all the ASEAN senior official meetings had a meeting in this tourism industry, what we call it ASEAN National Tourism Organization, NTOs. We did discuss 2 days lengthy on how we can work at the ASEAN level to revive the tourism industry. The meeting was co-chaired between Cambodia and Indonesia. And also we touched also many aspects on how we can move forward at the ASEAN level, so that we believe that there are many areas that ASEAN can work together in able to gain benefit from the industry, especially among the ASEAN countries. We have to face the fact that the population in the ASEAN country is very big, and if you can promote the tourism industry within the ASEAN countries, I think we together can gain or benefit from this process. With regards to what we are doing at the moment, I think like the Excellency Minister from Indonesia mentioned that we are now continue with our bilateral talks with green zone countries within the region. And I think in this regards, Malaysian Foreign Affairs is heading the discussion, and we have written what we call it settle. I think there's going to be a movement of people within the ASEAN countries. And at the same time, we at the local level, I mean, in Malaysia, we need to promote or to establish a green zone here. As I mentioned before in my earlier keynote, we will try this initiative, what we call it COVID-19 free destination. We will gazette or we will announce a certain locality to be the COVID-19 free destination. And in order for visitors, for tourists to go into that specific place, they need to comply with certain conditions. For example, they need to complete their 2 doses, whatever it is. That is one of the effort that we make at the local. I think when every country has that type of process, I think when the border is open, we can proceed with this travel bubble. The other thing I would like to stress here is how we deal with this private sector. As I mentioned here, that we are trying to assist the private sector. In case of Malaysia, we help them by easing the burden of industry players. For example, by simplifying the regulations, waiving the license fees for tourist guide, tourist agents, and also we give them discount on their compound issued to these players. This is among the effort that we carry out in order for us to buy in from the industry players. And at the same time, we also carry out what we call the volunteer programs. In these volunteer programs, we invite the players to be part of the country's effort in this vaccination process. By doing this, I think we can buy in the concept of green bubbles or the concept of enhancing the tourism industry among the players. We realized that they were hit very bad and almost no business at the moment. So we are trying them by this type of activity so that they can move forward. I think I also agree that reskilling and upskilling is very important, and we are also doing this. For example, there are also we encourage some of the tourism association to what we call it to proceed with the joint venture in training with learning institutions. We have for the past 1 month, I think the Malaysian Tourism Council has what we call it signed a MOU with 2 universities to provide training for the industry players. I think with this type of efforts, we can also help the industry players. And also, I agree that digitalization is very important. And as I mentioned, also we provide a free platform for some of industry players, some of the tourism players to produce or to advertise their products. For example, in the craft industry in Malaysia, our Craft Tangan agency provide a free platform for these players to advertise their products. I think this are among the effort that we carry out. And at the ASEAN level, again, I believe that we, under the ASEAN umbrella, can work together and we can prosper together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih, Dato. Thank you to all our panelists. That wraps up our Q&A session for today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for the keynote agenda. Thank you very much to all of our prominent keynote speakers. And now we will be moving on to the webinar session. For the webinar session, the moderator will do a 2-minute introduction of the speaker, and the speaker will have 15 minutes to deliver their speech and continue with a 3-minute Q&A session. Questions can be asked in the chat menu in Zoom with the arrangement, speaker name, and the question even prior to the Q&A session. And only selected questions will be asked during the live session.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to introduce our moderators for today. Mr. Kasno Pamungkas and Dr. Tina Ranjani Tirumurti. The first moderator is Mr. Kasno Pamungkas. He is the lecturer and researcher for Master of Sustainable Tourism in the Postgraduate School of Universitas Pajajaran. Currently, he is pursuing his doctoral program and is also a master graduate from Universitas Pajajaran.
The second moderator is Dr. Tina Ranjani Tirumurti. She is the senior lecturer in the Marketing Department, Faculty of Business and Accountancy, University Malaya. She did her Doctor of Philosophy in Tourism Management in University Malaya, Masters of Business Administration in University Putra Malaysia, and Bachelor of Business Administration in University Putra Malaysia. Mr. Kasno Pamungkas, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, the host Nick Abdillah and Reva Salsadila for permitting me to take over this event from keynote speech to webinar session. Firstly, I want to welcome all invited speakers, representatives from Asian countries. They are from Malaysia, Indonesia, and also Cambodia. And I also want to greet all participants of this event, ASEAN Tourism Zoning. Thank you very much for participating this event today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this webinar, we have 6 invited speakers that are going to have discussion on ASEAN tourism zoning from their expertise and perspectives. And this webinar will be started with a presentation from the invited speaker for 15 minutes. Afterwards, there will be question and answer session for 3 minutes after each presentation. Should the participant have any question to the speaker, it can be asked direct. It can be typed in the chat menu as informed by the MC before. Then in this webinar, as has been mentioned before by the host, that I'm here with Dr. Tina, and I will be the moderator of the first 4 speakers. Okay, now we go to the first speaker. Okay, he is Mr. Edi Krismedi Sumawilaga. The current position is the president of ASEANTA, and he's also head of Indonesia Affairs and Policy, PT Indonesia Air Asia. And his education background is master degree in engineering from Institute Technology Bandung, and then a degree in engineering also from ITB. And then experience related to the topic that he will convey today. As Deputy President of ASEAN Tourism Association, or ASEANTA, his responsibilities are undertaking advocacy with ASEAN governments in ensuring the sustainability of tourism and travel industries in the region through constant consultation with ASEAN tourism relevant committees. Okay, the Honorable Mr. Edi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Kasno. Thank you for the invitation given to ASEANTA to participate in this event. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, I'm pleased to learn this ITTP COVID-19 initiative organized by 27 key universities within ASEAN region, which I expect it could play an important role in providing recommendation to ASEAN government in overcoming these pandemic challenges. As mentioned by keynote speaker, travel and tourism are amongst the most negatively impacted sector by this pandemic. And this webinar is timely since currently there is still no clear framework of multilateral border opening within the region. And ASEANTA is willing to take up relevant recommendation as follow-up so as to support the recovery process of travel and tourism sector within the region. I'd like to acknowledge the participation of Pak Novi from Ministry of Tourism, Indonesia, my dear friend, Excellency Three Chief for Ministry of Tourism Cambodia, which is their intervention could complement with my presentation this morning, be it from perspective of Indonesia as well as ASEAN perspective. My presentation this morning would focus mainly on opportunities and challenges of ASEAN tourism, which mainly from perspective of the industry. Before we begin, allow me to introduce my organization, ASEAN Tourism Association, with its headquarters in Putrajaya, Malaysia. ASEANTA currently has 35 members, ranging from National Hotel Association, National Travel Agent Association, airlines, and National Tourism Organization from ASEAN countries. Under my term, one of our priorities would be on supporting the survival and the recovery of the travel and tourism industry sector through ASEAN level approach. Let's begin with the fact which many of us at the beginning of this pandemic thought that this challenging situation would last within 2020, as we experienced SARS in 2003. Apparently, it has created much longer situation, which up to now has continuously impacted negatively to travel and tourism sector. ASEAN experienced a drop of 80% of international visitor arrival in 2020, where it was only reached 26 million arrivals. And if the border are closed till the end of this year, there's a bigger possibility that we might have lower arrivals compared to 2020. With such drop, the seat from tourism sector for many ASEAN countries have been dropped also by 76% compared to 2019. And also job was dropped by 70% and is currently still shrinking as the option of travel and tourism is still very, very limited. You may see also the figure of international flights to and from Southeast Asia that has been constantly around 2,500 to 3,000 flights per week within this pandemic compared to 2019, which is average was around 20,000 flights per week. Such drop experienced by travel and tourism sector has contributed to the drop of the GDP of many ASEAN countries. Only 3 ASEAN member states that have recorded positive growth. In addition, countries like Cambodia, Philippines, and Thailand are countries that have much reliance on travel and tourism, and they are affected a lot within this situation. In terms of recovery process, vaccination is expected to be the game changer. Currently, many ASEAN countries' vaccination process are still below world average. Only 2 countries so far that are above average, namely Singapore, and congratulations to Cambodia. I noticed that those remaining countries catching up, and I'm certainly hopeful that we could overcome the situation on stage-by-stage basis. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, we have been in this pandemic for more than 15 months. If we may refer to UNWTO Tourism Recovery Tracker, Southeast Asia is among the regions that have highest restriction or border closure in its report in June 2021. The status is still 82% of borders within the region remain closed, or number 2 after Oceania. However, despite such status and facts, there are numerous developments that ASEAN would like to acknowledge with the hope that this would inspire more border openings within the region. First, we would like to appreciate the government of Thailand for its bold step in opening Phuket through what they call as Phuket Sandbox. I understand that this opening faced dynamic challenges due to COVID situation and modest response from the market. However, this provides a learning point for all of us in considering opening up other destinations within ASEAN. Hope through this other destinations that have been planned to open have more firm plan of action and anticipation. We also recognize the plan of government of Singapore that is currently preparing a roadmap for a new normal, living normally with COVID-19, which many predict that COVID would not leave very soon. New variant may always be pop up. So this initiative is a bold message on how we would deal with COVID in terms of impact to the industry. And of course, vaccination and health protocol would still be imposed. Last but not least, 1st July also marked as the utilization of EU digital COVID certificate applicable in all EU countries, which ASEAN as a regional association envy that this could be materialized within the ASEAN. In order to realize those limited windows of opportunities, number of industry players have to adapt and adjust their business model in order to survive. They undertook effort strengthening their product proposition through combining with other related product or health measures, as well as diversifying their businesses, especially in tapping domestic tourist opportunity that is still available in some ASEAN countries. Maintaining existing demand that has been exposed by doubt and health concern on travel by the market were boosted by safe travel campaign that is expected to generate public awareness on precautionary measures taken by the industry. Undertaking sales and promo, including combining with other stakeholder products such as hotel rooms or COVID-19 tests, have been helping to generate back some of the demand, though it's not fully back to 2019 situation. Some others expand their business to other forms like logistic or cargo that have been popular in many airline industry. In hotel also creative in developing, changing their businesses, adapt their business, like to become the hotel quarantine for COVID-19 patients, or for travel agent, they can also involve in transfer of COVID-19 patient within the country. So those are key activities taken by many tourism and travel industry in the ASEAN region to help them survive. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to reopening, there are already numbers of recommendations made by international organizations. For example, the recommendation made by the International Civil Aviation Organization, where risk and mitigation is recommended as the most appropriate strategy in the context of pandemic in the management in air transport sector, which is the enabler for international travel to happen. ASEAN can reopen by taking this risk management, as well as we will not be able to eliminate all. International border can be reopened in a targeted and risk-based manner, which is this would lead to opening step-by-step approach. With this morning, we have already heard from Mr. Sandiaga Uno, as well as from Mr. Pak Sokom, and from Malaysia, Datuk Nur Zari, where the opening of the country will be a step-by-step process. Only for those destinations that are ready will be open. There are also references on the potential cut-off values, which could be updated based on certain agreement among countries, which would lead to color coding based on condition and provide clear framework on assessing risk level to open international travel. In some way, this has been applied in many ASEAN countries, including in Singapore and Phuket Sandbox, where they define the source market based on the risk of the country itself. The result of this assessment is, of course, dynamic, which could be updated based on the COVID situation of the source market. Taking into account those positive developments happening within ASEAN and other parts of the world, as you are aware, more than 44% of ASEAN source market before the pandemic is intra-ASEAN travel. It is therefore further opening ASEAN countries should be prioritized. We appreciate those countries that have declared unilateral opening of their destination. However, it would be more impactful if those efforts is undertaken in reciprocity with the source market, particularly in avoiding quarantine requirement when they get back to their home countries. And ASEAN can play a role on this undertaking. We would like to acknowledge the development of ASEAN Travel Corridor Arrangement. However, it seems that the pace of development is still relatively slow compared to the push made by the industry. On top of that, in the absence of ASEAN Travel Corridor Arrangement, member states may start with those that are ready on bilateral arrangement or trilateral based on the readiness of countries or the destination, as well as source market, like what has been mentioned by Mr. Sandiaga Uno this morning. And ASEANTA is willing to support this undertaking. And on the right side, you may see that it clarifies on the possible mechanic for this travel corridor in order to smooth the traveling process, that there should be mutual recognition of testing, vaccine, and health a passport or travel pass that is still not happening multilaterally at this time. Earlier, I mentioned that ideally ASEAN should have digital COVID certificate similar like EU. That would definitely smooth the travel process for all travelers as necessary information are within that digital certificate, namely negative result of COVID-19, vaccine certificate, recovery status of if this person is contracted by COVID before. Currently, international movement among ASEAN countries are still in existence in limited scale, namely for repatriation, essential travel, or limited business travel. However, fraud in credential has been an issue that we face on daily basis. We may not need to follow EU as there are numbers of applications available in countries. Individually, there are also a number of applications available in ASEAN member states that have functioned as health declaration, health certificate, vaccine certificate, and etc., which is developed by individual countries. However, those developed application is only applicable when they enter into the country. There is still no ASEAN-wide recognition on unifier. It would be good if this could be unified into application that could be used by many countries. We propose that ASEAN recognize existing unifier that I understand, like IATA Travel Pass, has been used or on trial in many ASEAN countries. There is also Affinity that is applicable in some ASEAN countries. We would like to encourage that there is a unifier that would facilitate smooth travel and minimize the fraud. To conclude my presentation this morning, harmonization of risk assessment methodology and standard on testing and quarantine procedure is required to boost travel confidence within the region. ASEAN Travel Corridor Arrangement Framework is expected to be in place as a guideline for this region in establishing common risk assessment framework, health documentation, contact tracing, and vaccination, which at the end, we would be able to relax testing and quarantine requirement, especially for those coming from low-risk countries visiting low-risk destinations. I understand that the establishment of this corridor arrangement at ASEAN level still needs some time. So ASEANTA is currently actively undertaking consultation with those countries that are ready and have plans to open their destination through relevant stakeholders and governments. It could begin with those that are ready countries and destination, and provision of such bilateral framework is expected to smooth travel experience and reduce or avoid quarantine requirement in both destination and home countries. And at the end, it improves assurance of travel. There will be more reliable credential. In line with the title of this seminar, tourism zoning would play important role in identifying those destination and readiness parameters. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Edi Krismedi Sumadilaga. It is such an interesting explanation on plan of opportunities and challenges of ASEAN tourism in the new norm. Okay, the speaker here has conveyed a lot of information regarding to the opportunities and challenges of ASEAN tourism in the new norm. Okay, after the presentation, we step on the question and answer session. Only one questions. Okay, now we go to the chat room. Yeah, okay. I choose a question from Mr. Purwanto here. I see there are two issues in this case, disease and tourism. Regarding COVID-19 diseases, in terms of case management, it takes long time, normally at least 3 months to recovery. How to deal with health tourism to shorten recovery by introducing traditional medicine in each country? Okay, the floor is yours to respond to the question, Mr. Edi.
Thank you, Pak Kusno, on the question. Again, I think in terms of COVID-19 itself, as I mentioned, it will not be disappear within very short period. We have to bear with this COVID for some time. And on top of that, of course, the opening will be on step-by-step basis based on the risk management that we are undertaking. Some countries have already preparing that plan to prepare the destination and identify source country for opening. And of course, within that product that is over for the travel bubble arrangement, there are numbers of variety that can be offered for the tourists to come. And of course, health tourism could be the one that could be attractive for the source market to come to certain destination. But in order for this, we need to satisfy first number of parameter for a certain destination to be open. If you may see that the case like in Europe, in European country, many destinations are already open. And if you see the number of cases, like for example, in UK, for example, actually number of cases in UK is almost similar with Indonesia, for example. And even the active cases of UK is much more higher than what we have in here in ASEAN. But when we check number of hospitalized, patient hospitalized, as well as number of death is very, very low. Why of this happen? One of the reason is actually because of vaccine. Vaccine is quite strong in UK. Therefore, if we can achieve that vaccination process very soon, especially we can start with the destination first, that opening up, I'm confident that the opening up for destination can happen within few months, especially for those that are ready and have low case in terms of COVID, as well as the high numbers of vaccination. And automatically, health tourism will be part of that opening. I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the response of the question from Mr. Eddie. And I will wrap the summary of the presentation and then the opinion from the first speaker. Hopefully, there will be opportunity for sustainable tourism after the pandemic. And now we go to the second speaker. The second speaker is His Excellency Mr. Trisif. Okay. Now we can see the short profile of His Excellency Mr. Trisif. His current position is advisor to ministry, and also he is a director of international cooperation and ASEAN department, and he is the director of the National Committee for Tourism Professional Secretariat Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia. And his experience led to topic as Mr. Sif here has been serving the royal government of Cambodia for 11 years, of which 5 years at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and followed by 6 years with the Ministry of Tourism until now. Okay, His Excellency Mr. Trisif will convey the topic ASEAN Tourism Responses to COVID-19. Okay, it is your floor now, Mr. Trisif. Thank you.
I think still mute.
Okay, for the host.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear me? Sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, it's very clear.
Because I'm just having a little bit problem with my connection.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. And first, I would like to thank the committee for organizing this very important event. And to my sincere thanks also goes to the previous speakers. And my presentation will complement will complement what I have, what my colleagues Eddie Krismeri has been presenting in terms of the efforts made by ASEAN member states and the perspective from international communities, partners to support the reopening process. My presentation will touch on the ASEAN tourism response to COVID-19. As Cambodia is the chair of ASEAN Tourism Minister meeting, which will be held in 2022. And we have just completed the National Tourism Organization meetings a few days. And this will touch on just a little bit, not all the aspects of all the aspects of the tourism, ASEAN tourism has been doing. So we first just on ASEAN tourism performance and before the COVID-19. Number two, response to COVID-19 by ASEAN member states without the attention to detail the activity made by ASEAN member states. Number three, way forward to recover ASEAN tourism and Cambodia. I just highlight a little bit on Cambodia's status. Future direction toward recovery and resilience. If you look at the pre-pandemic in tourism sector, and it's also related to what my colleagues Eddie Krismeri highlighted, ASEAN tourism arrival in 2019, we welcomed 136 million annual growth rate before the pandemic is between 6 and 7%. Intra-ASEAN travelers count 42%, and international tourism received in 2019 $93 billion, and it contributes to GDP of the ASEAN countries at around 12%. Job creation is direct employment 30 million, accounting for 9.7% of total employment, and tourism sector also share 9% of export service. This is just the brief look at in 2020 tourism performance. We experienced almost more than 80% decrease in terms of international arrival. It is unprecedented decline in the history. In response to the COVID-19 early 2020, the Minister of Tourism, Dr. Thong Kon, Minister of Tourism of Cambodia, convened the special meeting of ASEAN Tourism Minister on strengthening cooperation to revitalize ASEAN tourism, and released the joint statement. This meeting gathered all the political commitments from ASEAN member states in order to contain the outbreak of COVID-19. The outcome of the special meeting of ASEAN Tourism Minister, the ministers agreed to develop the guidelines for hygiene and safety for worker and community in the tourism industry for the region. And also the minister also agreed on the development of study on the impact of COVID-19 and policy and best practice recommendation for post-COVID recovery plan for ASEAN tourism. In February 2021, the ASEAN Tourism Minister convened the 24th meeting of ASEAN Tourism Minister. Once again, it's a traditional platform to access and to put forward a recommendation for the next ASEAN tourism cooperation. Some of key highlights, just some from the 24th meeting of ASEAN tourism ministers. We, in response to COVID-19, all ministers agreed on the reopening process, which focused mainly on restoring trust and confidence, and vaccination program has been highlighted and encouraged, and is one of the factors for reopening the region. Guidelines for hygiene and safety, as I mentioned, as a tool for the discussion and to move forward the agreements among to ensure the safety for the travel within the region. Response to COVID-19 outbreak is the same. We are now working on and almost finalized the development of the post-COVID-19 recovery plan, and this recovery effort will be highlighted and launched in the next future. We also updated our strategic plan, ASEAN Tourism Strategic Plan 2026 and 2025, in order to respond to the current crisis. We also looked and revised our ASEAN tourism marketing strategy that will be more responsive and responsive to the current crisis as well. We are also focusing on the enhancement of the implementation of mutual recognition arrangement for tourism professionals, which is intended to equip our tourism professionals, especially those who are impacted by the COVID-19, to be ready for the next recovery. ASEAN Tourism investment portfolio is one of achievements and one of tools to promote the recovery as well. We take into account the implementation of ASEAN Declaration on Digital Tourism, which was endorsed by the ASEAN Summit in 2020. The Phnom Penh Declaration on a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient ASEAN tourism was also adopted by the minister meeting in order to provide the directions for ASEAN tourism, both mitigating the impacts and getting ready for resilient and the future. This is just the Phnom Penh Declaration that Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, can get it through via online. Way forward to recover ASEAN tourism, as I mentioned just a little bit earlier, under the reopening process, trust and confidence is very important, and vaccination program is highly encouraged and almost one of the key components for restarting tourism. Intra-ASEAN Recovery Program was initiated and is now under the development, and we hope that this will provide some highlights and insights on how we revitalize the intra-ASEAN travel, especially, and that accounts for 42% of the international tourism to the region. To SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia is considered as an event to recover ASEAN tourism, and we are going to have marketing and promotional activities along with the organization of this sport event, so that we can attract more tourists to more and more tourists to the region. ASEAN Tourism Forum 2022 will be organized from 16 to 22nd January 2022 in Sihanoukville. We have got the approval from the Royal Government of Cambodia. The expected outcome of this event will be a message and a strong commitment from ASEAN tourism leaders to the industry, and to in collaboration and cooperation with the private sectors or other international communities to recover and to relaunch tourism. As for Cambodia, as I mentioned earlier, we have experienced a lot of progress in terms of vaccination rollout. And in the whole countries, almost 50% of the target has been reached. And Phnom Penh capital, the vaccination rollout is complete. And furthermore, as part of the effort to recover the industry, the roadmap for Cambodia tourism promotion and recovery plan during and post-COVID-19 2021-2025 has been endorsed by the government with 3 phases. Number 1, the resilient and restart, and that we target 2020 and 2021, recovery 2023, and relaunch spaced out 2024 and 2025. Along with this roadmap, Siem Reap Tourism Development Master Plan 2021-2023 was also endorsed and put in place by the government. So this is the progress in terms of policies, tourism development in Cambodia, and which gives the direction for all stakeholders to go forward. At the same time, tourism talent management program has been adopted in order to retain and to attract more tourism professionals who have been affected by the COVID-19 through upskilling and reskilling training program, along with other incentives and encouragement program. The Ministry of Tourism has been developing the initiative to reopen the country to the international vaccinated tourists. In fact, Cambodia Ministry of Tourism initiated this idea of reopening process since a few months since abroad, and but we have to go step by step with the spirit of ensuring safety and placing health and security of people first. So right now, the Ministry of Tourism is consulting with the Ministry of Health and other relevant stakeholders to finalize the concept note of international vaccinated tourists that we are in the plan, and at the same time of progressive vaccination programs. So we hope that we could reopen the country by the end of this year. And anyway, all the development in the concrete activity will depend on the progress on the development of COVID-19 outbreak at that time. The future for ASEAN, just one of the many initiatives. We think that ASEAN has agreed on a number of measures and policies to move forward ASEAN tourism cooperation, or ASEAN intra-travel, and one of those initiatives and policies, I would like to highlight you on the implementation of Phnom Penh Declaration on a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient ASEAN tourism, which has the objective to effectively implement the recovery, to participate in the recovery and resilient process by promoting the initial and gradual recovery process, soft recovery, and to lead ASEAN tourism sector towards a resilient in the future. The principle of the roadmap will complement the continuity of the existing plans and mandates in line with the spirit of the outcome of the 24th meeting of ASEAN Tourism Minister and related meetings from 4th to 5 February 2021. ASEAN Tourism Recovery Recommendations provided by the study, updated ASEAN Tourism Strategy Plan 2016-2025, and we have Patsy Declaration on Sustainable Tourism, ASEAN Gender and Development Framework on Tourism, strategies on participation of local communities and private sectors in tourism development. So the focus of the roadmap for the implementation of Phnom Penh Declaration will be on rural tourism, innovation in startup, innovation in creative economy, tourism talent management program, digital tourism, and tourism and sustainable development goal. This is what we are now intending to deliver to the next meeting of ASEAN Tourism Minister. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I could not cover all the initiatives and measures that led out by ASEAN tourism leaders, as well as by the Ministry of Tourism. We just pick up some very important and most important points for the audience. Thank you so much, moderators. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. It is such an interesting explanation given by His Excellency Mr. Chief on planned ASEAN tourism responses to COVID-19. Yeah, okay, similar to the previous speaker, after the presentation, we step on the question and answer session. Okay, now we go to the chat room here. The question of Bopanim here. Okay. In order to recovery during and post COVID-19, how ASEAN and also Cambodia do to create the job in tourism sector for youth, especially the workers who lost their job due to pandemics. Okay, it's your time to give response.
I am sorry. Can you just repeat the first part of the question, please?
Okay, how ASEAN and also Cambodia to create the job in tourism sector for the youth, especially the workers who lost their job due to the pandemic.
Okay, I thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is our deep concern from the Ministry of Tourism, because from Cambodia perspective, the tourism talent that we have created and built up since 30 years or 40 years, I think we are now losing them, and it's very hard to support that, to agree with this. So the Ministry of Tourism, as I mentioned, has led out the tourism talent program, which aimed at providing skilling and upskilling tourism training to the impacted people, especially young professionals, through online learning. Every day and every week, Ministry of Tourism has, we have a live training program, and we invite our tourism professionals to join. It is very difficult at the time being, but we encourage all young tourism professionals to pursue their career in tourism industry, which is specific and skill based, and tourism will stay with us. It is the main economic sector that to support the livelihood and the sustainable growth of the country, and so having jobs in tourism sector is sustain itself. And we encourage all young people to choose tourism careers. Of course, at this challenging time, it's not. It's difficult. For the ASEAN, we have the ASEAN mutual recognition arrangement on tourism professionals, where that is a platform where ASEAN member states can promote to human resource development together under the common guideline, common standard, common curriculum, and also the common framework in order to promote ASEAN tourism skill knowledge. This is what we have now, what we have been doing and working so hard. And Mr. Eddie Krismedi in here. Our college is also one of the key players to move this arrangement. And this arrangement is also the hope for ASEAN young professional in tourism sector. So way forward and in the immediate time is, upskilling, reskilling online, and some startup program or something that can create job immediately. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation and responding the questions, Mr. Tisif, and hopefully ASEAN can pass and respond this pandemic COVID-19 to recovery the tourism performance. Okay, and the summary of the presentation of Mr. Tisif will be wrapped at the end of the presentation. Okay, thank you very much once more, Mr. Tisif. Now we go to the third speaker. Our third speaker here is Mr. Noviendi Makalam, MA. He is a policy analyst and he works in the Office of Deputy for Strategic Policy, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. And his education background is Doctor of Business Administration, honoris causa from Leeds Beckett University, Yorkshire, England. And also Master of Arts with distinction in Tourism and Hospitality Management from Bournemouth University, England, UK. And his experience related to topic is as a policy analyst, and he's responsible in strategic policy of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republic of Indonesia from 2020 until now. Okay, next slide. Mr. Noviendi Makalam, MA here.
Yes.
Will give his presentation on the topic regulation on tourism during and after pandemic. Okay, the Honorable Mr. Noviendi Makalam, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Kasno. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have problem with my picture since the host is just stopped my video presentation. So you cannot see my picture at the moment. Can you help me, Pak Kasno? I cannot open my video because it says that, okay. All right, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all honorable participants of this webinar. On this occasion, I will convey a brief explanation related to the experience of the government of the Republic of Indonesia in tackling the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in tourism sector. Over the next 15 minutes, I will outline new policy measures to address or reduce the problems facing the tourism sector in the face of a prolonged pandemic. Allow me to start my presentation. Next page, please. The international body for World Tourism, UNWTO, has been actively monitoring the development of the COVID-19 pandemic around the world since this pandemic broke out in early 2020, so that in short time, UNWTO immediately installed a monitoring tool called the UNWTO Tourism Recovery Tracker. The tool uses data obtained from various trusted sources as well as periodic reports from official agencies of member countries. The data obtained are then presented on the official UNWTO website and can be freely monitored by the public around the world. The latest data shows that more and more countries are closing their border for international tourism activities, where in February 2021, there were 69 out of 152 tourism destinations closed to international tourist visit. This figure has changed compared to October 2020 data, which means that currently more than 1/3 of the country in the world are closed to international travel compared to last year, which was still in the range of 1/4 of countries closed to international travel. This fact further shows the complexity of this pandemic, which is still ongoing for a time that cannot be predicted to be completed and subsidized. Next, please. Since this pandemic broke out in Indonesia, the Indonesian government has realized the magnitude of the impact on the tourism sector because the tourism sector is very vulnerable to disruption in the health and safety sector for those involved. Both the tourist service users and employees of tourism businesses as tourism service provider both of the tourist as service user employees of tourism businesses as tourism service providers. The government then built a basic framework by referring to this concept of tourism system proposed by LIPA. This concept illustrates the continuous relationship between the movement of tourists from their original place of residence to tourism destination and then returning to their home. Their phenomenon occurs in 5 areas, which include entry ports, integrated local transport, sterile destination, exit ports, and the government-to-government safe travel agreements. These 5 areas became the focus of the government's attention in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic that occurred in the tourism sector. Next page. However, the essence of overcoming the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic is still based on a humanitarian point of view, including in the tourism sector. This is because the humans are an effective medium for the spread of coronavirus. And in tourism activities, there are 3 key actors that are threatened, namely tourists, tourism workers, and residents. So policies are needed to minimize the risk of infection and transmission of the coronavirus, monitoring human contact, and of guaranteed health aspects. For these various policies to be implemented effectively, it is necessary to carry out successful vaccinations, implement health protocol, register in national tracking and tracing app system, and have COVID-19 health insurance system. Next page, please. With this consideration in mind, since mid-2020, the Indonesian government has developed an integrated tourism service and development concept with 4 main elements, namely cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability, or we usually call it as CHASE. The implementation of this CHASE policy is a fundamental change in tourism management that was carried out during the COVID-19 pandemic, but will also continue to be implemented after the end of the pandemic. The positive point is that tourism activities is increasing in quality, which will also provide greater benefits to the local population. The first thing, next page, please. This first thing is to collaborate in a pentahelix format with the tourism industry, academia, tourism association, and local government, as well as the mass media, to build a document for implementing four actions, starting from collecting protocol materials to conducting trials in several selected tourism destinations. Although facing time constraints, it must be resolved immediately because of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has already hit the activities in the tourism industry. In August 2020, the CHASE protocol has been completed for the four largest types of tourism businesses: hotels, restaurants, tourist attractions, and creative services, and has begun to be applied for testing and certification of tourism businesses. Meanwhile, other types of tourism businesses were still being developed and tested collaboratively. Next, as mentioned by the His Excellency Minister Sandi Uno, the development of efforts to overcome the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has proven to be a strong platform. The problems we face force us to be more innovative with all the things we must do. Of course, the ability to adapt becomes a must, especially when we are dealing with difficult situations like today. Therefore, collaboration with all parties is needed. This is what later became the platform for tourism policy during the pandemic and will continue to be faced after the pandemic: innovation, adaptation, and collaboration. Next page. In addition to the policies that have been mentioned, there's a problem faced by the world of tourism due to health threats to the parties involved in tourism. This threat is realized not only during a pandemic, but also occurs during normal or peaceful time. This is a concern for us to be able to prepare a travel bubble with many market countries or countries with origins for tourists. This arrangement is individualized between the country of origin of tourists and Indonesia to provide health insurance for tourists and workers in the tourism sector. To implement the travel activities, systematic steps are needed, namely the development of safe travel corridor program, mobilizing intensive diplomatic efforts, as well as the running of travel bubble program. Next, in handling the COVID pandemic, priority remains on fulfilling the security and health guarantees for the tourism industry players, especially for those who directly serve tourists in major tourism destinations. With availability of vaccines since early 2021, arrangement for administering vaccines to workers and residents in major destinations such as Bali, Bintan, and Batam are prioritized so that they reach sufficient number to meet requirements for herd immunity in those areas, while also conducting periodic testing of actors with more accurate methods. Other things aimed at increasing security and health guarantees are also carried out, such as implementation CHASE certification for tourism businesses, improving the quality of health facilities, and implementing digital services that reduce human contact. Next, the arrangement and improvement of the tourist flow of tourists at the entrances of tourist arrivals is of particular concern. Various things were carried out as steps to increase a sense of security and comfort amid fears of the second and third waves of COVID-19. Inflow of arrivals and the departure of tourists, arrangements are being made to provide integrated services based on technology with various authorized agencies. Next. There are several other regulations that have been and are currently being changed to deal with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The management of immigration affairs make changes to regulations regarding the traffic of foreigners and health requirements of arriving tourists. Other agencies are also deciding on the use of application for tracking and tracing that are integrated with the database of national health system, including regulations on the use of touchless technology and a QR code for visitor management. Important regulations that are being intensively prepared are in the field of life insurance for tourists to cover them when they are in major tourism destinations, and various other regulations in foreign relations and in the field of tourist destination development. Lastly, I would like to complete my presentation with one conclusion that the COVID-19 pandemic has forced all of us, not only the government, to work innovatively, adapt continuously, and together collaborate to create a clean, healthy, and safe environment for tourism activity, while ensuring that the activities carried out are sustainably for our sustainable. The regulatory changes that we are currently doing will not end in the near future. We must be prepared to continue to change. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is such an interesting explanation on plan regarding regulation of tourism during and after pandemic given by Mr. Noviendi Makalam. Okay, after the presentation, before we go into the questions, I just give a reminder for all participants here. Please, to get the certificate, do not forget to fill the survey link for webinar for ASEAN Tourism Zoning, and you can open the chat menu. Okay, once more, to get the certificate, you can fill the survey of webinar 4 here. You can open the chat menu. Okay, thank you, Mr. Noviendi. There is one question here from Ms. Yati. Okay, what are the most important issues to open the tourism destination in Bali, Batam, and Bintan this time? How ministry approaches other countries to attract foreigners come to those destinations? Thank you. Is your time to give response?
Thank you. Pak Kasno, our experience is not basically on a single ministry efforts. It's an integrated efforts by all agencies in the government of the Republic of Indonesia, and we have different agencies who are dealing with different issues. For example, is in terms of travel bubble, mainly is being held by the Minister of Foreign Affairs with their representative in the foreign countries. And in developing a travel bubble to open our three main areas, namely Bali, Bintan, and Batam, we asked our friends from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to have a discussion and a talk with many other countries. And we are not going to open our zones in the first phase to as many countries as before. We want to open to countries which are very safe and have a very low number of COVID-19's statistics. For example, we have a very long discussion with Singapore government to open Bintan area. Not all the Bintan Islands, but also a very small part of the North Island of Bintan, because it is used to be a Singaporean tourist playground. As there also happens in Bali, as mentioned by Minister Sandi, that not only all Bali is going to be open very soon. Only a part of Sanur, Ubud, and Nusa Dua, with all arrangements are being made up till now, although the number of the COVID is hiking at the moment.
Okay,
That's
so there should be a diplomacy among the countries, yeah, Pak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, okay. Once more, thank you very much for the presentation and responding the question from the participant, Mr. Noveni Makalam. Hopefully, regulation of tourism during and after pandemic will enable the ASEAN tourism has acceleration on economic, environment, and also social culture. Okay, once more, thank you very much. And now we go to the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Dr. Kamarul Azahari Razak. Okay. He is a director and also a disaster preparedness and prevention center and Malaysia Japan International Institute of Technology, and also from University of Technology Malaysia. His education background is PhD, remote sensing, geoscience, and geomorphology, and his experience related to topic an expert on disaster risk reduction during COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, Dr. Kamarul Azahari Razak here will give a presentation regarding investing in pandemic risk reduction for resilient tourism industry. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Kasno. I would like to first share my screen, and I would like to start my presentation. Can you see my screen, Pak Kasno?
Yeah, it's okay. It's clear.
It's clear. All right. Welcome. Thank you very much to the organizer. Thank you, Pak Kasno, for the introductions. It's my great pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank to the organizer, of course, for the invitations. ASEAN Tourism Zoning, very exciting topic, and I would like to appreciate to Dr. Nurhaliza, Dr. Alif for the invitations. Yeah, so I wish that I can contribute within 15 minutes presentation. We have heard many stories, many facts and figures, but today I would like to introduce the words of pandemic risk reductions, yeah, how to better invest. And these four outline in my presentation, tourism and pandemic risk. And I would like to show some strategies, how to mainstream, how to inject the strategies to make our cities more resilient, our tourism more sustainable, and I will end up with a few recommendations. Before that, I would like to introduce a little bit about my center, Disaster Preparedness Prevention Center. It was established back in 2015. So we are currently designing our program up to 2030. So I do hope that this center, these connections, these platforms can elevate much more connections and collaborations shortly. And of course, we can leverage this center connection with Japanese partner. We have connected to almost 30 Japanese university, and we would like to realign some of the local, regional, and global agenda. Come back to our topic, expecting the expected. If you look at the figure, I think previous presentations also address the impact, 80% drops of the international tourists to our region. And today, I think I would like to quote from the World Tourism Organization, UN, associated organization talking about strengthening governance. We can have many strategies, we can design many framework, but at the end, so many issues dealing with our governance. And today, I would like also to address a few elements to be injected. I believe that the ASEAN level and Pak Eddie today from ASEAN Tourism Association presented excellent remarks. Yeah, so he addressed about the needs of risk assessment, risk mitigation as part of the key elements. And United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction recently addressed the importance of governance and as well as communication. So we have to tackle these two elements in order to make sure that all the policy strategies can be locally implemented and successfully achieved. So today, I would like to focus my presentation into how we can better mainstream pandemic risk reduction strategies as part of our global agenda, global commitments to Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience 2015-2030. But we have seen in the last few years, many governments, especially in ASEAN, pump many stimulus package, either fiscal or monetary measure. But we have seen very few of them, very few strategies and initiatives have actually include the elements of pandemic risk reductions because they perhaps underestimates the powerful of this tiny virus. And looking at the recent publication by Gosling regarding the consumer sentiment, I'm very exciting to discuss this, but given the limited time, we can conclude that these three elements, important research questions, any issues, challenges, and barriers must address this. How do we better manage the systemic risk? How do we handle this sudden change? You know, we can have excellent package, excellent policy, but at the end, there are so many issues at the local level. And last but not least, why pandemic risk reduction is so important? Why need now? Why we need this package now? Why not 2 years later? Why not 12 years later? I think all of us have agreed how severe the impact, not on the safety, public safety, but also on the academic return. So you can see at the ASEAN level, I just quote the recent publication by AMA, by AHA Center, that they allocate even this publication, well, it wasn't actually included the COVID-19 pandemic, but you can see how fragile actually our region. 10 countries, but you're talking about 2.89 trillions. That's fine. But the second statements mentioned about due to this constant risk of natural hazard, I'm talking about natural hazard. And today we incorporate into the biological hazard like pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, and you see it's a 3 times of its combined economy, this capital stock. So all the strategies, actions, policies, planning, and of course, local implementation must consider how fragile we are instead of how quick we can return or build back better our society. And I just want to highlight about our recent project with ASEAN Pacific Economic Cooperation. I'm looking forward for those who are interested because we are measuring, assessing, conducting a study for 21 cities at the ASEAN Pacific region. And of course, ASEAN countries, some of them are included. We wish that we can see how we can improve, strengthen policy-oriented dialogue, and of course, project. I'm calling for the collaborators, partners, but I would like to go in short, on the right side, you see there is the a new so-called guideline published by the Federal Department of Town and Country Planning. I was part of the national consultant, produced this national guideline. You see there are 125 indicators. So we would like to make our cities, our system, this tourism system, there are many system thinking need to be considered. I do hope that we can carefully design, develops and implement some of the strategies. On the left side, you see the standard. Well, I've been in this disaster world about 20 years. So this the standard flow chart, the methodology that we use. But with this COVID-19 pandemic, we have to understand the behavior, the process, the methodology, how it transmits, how it can stop. So we would like to inject into the resilient model. So of course, at the ASEAN level, we have to upscale the model. I'm looking forward for any further collaboration in this respective field, especially with these ASEAN Tourism Associations, research centers, looking forward how we can mainstream some of the existing well-developed model into these tourism sectors. But of course, you see, one of the most exciting elements here is human activity and time. The sooner we inject the model and adapt the mitigation measure, we can slowly build back our society and of course our industry. And this also another ongoing project under APEX. We would like to see how the extra factors, how we can incorporate some of the health, emergency and disaster risk management element that was published in this framework by World Health Organization. On the left side, you see there are many factors. There are about 214 cities have been assessed through this study, and this campaign can be expanded into the tourism sectors. We would like to rebuild our cities that associated to tourism activity. We can have many initiatives like a digital health certification, but it must be properly addressed the local risk, local vulnerability, and our coping capacity. So on the right side, you see these are three box, red box, data management, the blue box, technical assessments. That's where the scientists, academicians can play a role. But I do believe the private sector's practitioner can also help us how we can better coordinate our data, our technical output, scientific evidence to engage these disaster managers, decision makers, policy makers, so that we can make a better decision. So we have to be together in this respective journey. And I almost come to the end of my talk. Well, there are so popular concept in the disaster world. I'm talking about natural hazard, so-called self-helps, public helps, and mutual helps. We rely so much on our governments, and we sometimes, contribute to our society, and there are always a huge responsibility by individual in combating this pandemic. So we have seen this trend, this process, come into the picture. And I do hope this multi-level collaboration, like today where we are, where we have this ASEAN Tourism Zoning, calling every aspect of input from a different angle. And today, I think I would like to promote the investments. We have to increase the investments in pandemic risk reductions, not only at the before, during, and after, but also covering the people, the human capitals, people who are suffering in the field at the local level. And we have to rebuild our infrastructures and of course, align with the digital needs and demand. And we have to invest, of course, on the technology. There are many technologies out there. I think this is a perfect time within 2 or 3 years where we redesign our Build Back Better strategies. We can inject some of the better information. So, these concepts, self-helps, mutual helps, and public helps have been successfully implemented in the natural hazard disaster associated world. So I do hope that we can inject some of the success story that we embark on, learning from Malaysia. But of course, so this example of the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in Malaysia, Mount Kinabalu, among the highest Mount Kinabalu in our region. but I can imagine the impact that they are suffering, the people, the managers, in terms of this. So I would like to give 4 recommendations to ASEAN Tourism Digital Zoning by focusing more on the multi-scale pandemic risk assessments, how we can better understand the local needs and demand, how we can leverage our spatial technology, spatial informations as part of the main important package and solutions. And number 3, how we can reframing this pandemic risk reduction. I do believe that most of the ASEAN countries have committed to a Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2015-2030. I think it's a very timely to retune, re-strategize, adjusting, modifying some of the current strategies so that we can better design the actions and also the project initiative at the local level. And last but not least, to promote these investments, and in fact, the third priority for actions under Sendai framework is about investing in DRR for disaster risk reduction for resilience. So it's very important to create a demand, to create a value. We have to have this value creation in these pandemic risk reduction investments so that we can better rapidly build back our region. And I have shared some of the concepts and principles and also the possible recommendations, but I would like to add my presentation by quoting one citing remarks, statements by the Japanese richest man. And well, something that I use in the last 20 years in this field, you either change, and we are talking about change or die. So if you put it, these 2 words, change or die, into the how important our strategies, how important our action to make sure that the tourism's return to normal or build even better than previous one. I think these are excellent achievements. And I would like to end my presentation today. For those who are interested to extend the conversations to discuss much more important, but in fact, Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center is the regional hub at ASEAN under the Japan ASEAN Science and Technology for Innovation under the disaster mitigation. With that, I close my session. Thank you very much and looking forward for any questions and remarks. Thank you very much. Over to you, Pak Kasno.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kamarul Azhari Razak. It is such an interesting explanation and presentation on investing in pandemic risk reduction for resilient tourism industry. Okay, now we go to directly to the question and answer session. There is a question from Dr. Fasna from Royal University of Phnom Penh. The question is, tourism is totally related to policy makers to cover the tourism sustainability and resilience. How ASEAN Tourism Guideline to develop a new framework of push and pull strategies to recover tourism during and after COVID-19 pandemic. But before it is answered and responded by Dr. Kamarul, gently a reminder to all participants to fill the survey of webinar 4 in order to get your certificate. Okay, now it is your time to give response. Dr. Kamarul?
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Kasno. Thank you for the questions. It's indeed very good questions, and it's very challenging to explain. But let me do it within a short period of time. So we are talking about policy. We are talking about recoveries. One of the important elements in the disaster world, how we can better rebuild our society, our tourism industry. So one of the strategies is, of course, we have to rely on data. We can build excellent, sophisticated tools, application, whatever you name it. but we are lacking into managing the data, how value the data. So there are many types of data, spatial and non-spatial, numerical, statistical. There are many types of data. We have to realign our strategy with these data investments. So that's number one. Number two, we have to be able to convince the use of scientific evidence in the decision making. Some of the scientific technical evidence has been produced, but is not fully utilized in the decision making. Let's put it in the ASEAN context. We should leverage like today, you know, we have this university and research institute at the Southeast Asia, how we come back at these particular platforms and discuss. But I wish that we can use some of our strategies, recommendation, policy intervention, and research-oriented actions, you know, inputs into the policy. And remember, to build a policy is one hand, but on the other hand is to translate those policies into action. We are the agent of change. We can use the scientific elements, we can convince the policymakers. At the same time, we can also better communicate this science with the people at the local level, those in the tourism industry, SMEs who are suffering. But of course, this require a lot of multi-sectoral approach, transdisciplinary approach, in the sense that we have to rapidly build and come back to a new norm. Thank you, Pak Edi. Thank you to the questions.
Yeah, okay. Once more, thank you very much for the nice presentation and also response of the question by Dr. Kamarul Azhari Razak. And hopefully the invest on tourism will be able to reduce the pandemic rates for tourism industry resilience after COVID-19 pandemic here. Okay, now we go to the second session of the webinar, and the second session will be moderated by Dr. Tina Ranjini. Okay, hello, Dr. Tina Ranjini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kasno.
The floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, okay, allow me to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Gilang Ahmad Fauzi, the CEO and founder of Travelism. Yeah, he graduated with a Master of Tourism. He graduated with a Master of Tourism, Heritage and Sustainability from University of Glasgow, Scotland, and with a Master of Development Studies from Murdoch University, Western Australia. Mr. Gilang is a practitioner and have been working in the development sector for more than 5 years. He's also keen in community development through the tourism sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Mr. Gilang Ahmad Fauzi to share with us on the topic tourism digitalization and virtual tourism in the new normal. Over to you, Mr. Gilang.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tina Ranjini, and I would like to share my screen first a bit. All right. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Tina Ranjini, and then all the committees of ITTP COVID-19. Thank you for this great opportunity for me representing travel system for this great event. I would like to share a bit about tourism digitalization in the new normal. Particularly, I would highlight on virtual tourism and can actually help as the tourism resilience program and also post-pandemic recovery program. Probably some of you are wondering what is travel system. So actually a startup that has a vision and mission to support sustainable tourism based in Yogyakarta in Indonesia through several products. We've got Travelism Academy, so we provide things for human resources in tourism destinations and also some research as well regarding to the tourism and creative economy related topics. We're in partnership with different ministries, different institutions as have media productions to help the local destinations to create the videos for promotions and also animations. And then for during the pandemic, we also have the project called digitalization. At the moment, we are working on the project on digitalization of the creative economy product, the batik product, in partnership with the Borobudur Authority Board to digitalize the batik motif by the producers surrounding the areas, the authorized areas of BOB in Central Java and also Jakarta. We sustainable tree packages, which is currently shut down because of the pandemic. But thank God we could survive. We can actually survive because of we've got the variation of the products. But we are focusing now on virtual tools. We have been doing this virtual tools since last year, since the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. And I think we are one of the pioneers of the tour operators who are doing the virtual tours. We have been running virtual tours available for about 25 destinations in Indonesia and also abroad in different countries live. So there's a host on site on destinations. We have reached the participants for more than 1,200 participants for our virtual tours. So we're kind of like one-stop service. We provide trainings for human resources. We help with the promotions. We also bring the guests in. About pandemic, I remember one of the statements of my lecturer in Western Australia, Dr. Spencer, mentioned about Gilang. Tourism sector is very fragile because it can get hit first and it can recover the last if there are three things: the economic crisis, the natural disasters, and also the pandemic. Now we're seeing it that the condition of the tourism sector is still rebuilding during this pandemic, but I'm really sure I'm very positive about all the efforts done by the whole countries, including Indonesia and including all the Asian countries as well. And then I believe that this pandemic is also a process of evolutions for all sectors, including the tourism sector. So there are some slight evolutions according to UNWTO and also the Kemenparekraf of Indonesia Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, that the tourism will get closer. It'll get away like natural rural tourism, road trips. So it's related to the types of tourism. People will be aware of new concern, including concern in Indonesia with SE certificate as well, last minute booking, workation, staycations as well. Younger travelers are targeted, and then people tend to find responsible tourism, particularly regarding to sustainability, authenticity, and then localhood. And then these statements are pretty between UNWTO and the Indonesian Tourism Ministry, particularly from Bapak Sandiaga Uno. I remember like a couple of weeks ago, he mentioned about that tourism in Indonesia. I think some other parts of the world are similar, that tourism will get personalized, customized, localized, and smaller in size. Talking about evolution, that one of the evolution process during this pandemic is that particularly in tourism sector, that there is a digitalization, a digital transformation, and there are like new things called namely like virtual tourism. Now, there are a lot of definitions about virtual tourism, but these are the two definitions that are more appropriate to what we are doing in travel system. So it's kind of like a compositions of sequence video images using a computer. You can also use now your gadget, your laptop, your tablets, your phone as well to enjoy the different destinations. There are several types of virtual tours depending on that you can use, particularly like Google AR VR, Google Street View. You can use also 360 as well, recorded video, live streaming, and also gamifications. I'm talking about gamification. I would like to highlight that if you see the picture on the second picture from the left, that is one of the method of gamifications, particularly like in some examples, including Minecraft. And then this kind of gamification is very, very genius idea to combine between games and also tourism destination. This is a part of gamification in in Borobudur Temple, the biggest Buddhist temple in the world. I think this is the project from the Ministry of Education of Indonesia. So they are going digital at the moment to help the tourism sector as well with this very creative idea. Tour is actually not a really new type of tourism because it has been created since 1994 in the UK when there was a project called Virtual Tour, being a cross between virtual reality and royal tour. It was like a 3D reconstruction of Dudley Castle as it looked like in 1550s. And then several years later, virtual tours has been adopted to for different purposes, for example, for real estates, for automobile, for museums at the moment, even during this pandemic, tourism destinations, tourism villages, and local destinations has also used digital platform for doing virtual tours. So I'm highlighting here the virtual tour that we are doing in travel system is actually a 2-hour walking tour guided by a host on site, live on destination. So there is a host and also a co-host on site on destination. For example, like when we did our virtual tour in Toraja, at that time there are 2 people as host and co-host guiding us for walking tour. Use the online platform like Zoom, like what we are doing at the moment, and we also use the combinations of different technologies. Because there must be something happen, like this is just for backup. You use different technologies. For example, you can use recorded videos to make the virtual tours run very smoothly, because there are some challenges in doing virtual tour live, particularly in Indonesia. Of course, we've got the standard operating procedure for doing virtual tours. And what we found out is that our hosts, when we had a chat with the host and also the co-host for our virtual tours, that I asked how much they earn to guide the offline tour, the actual tour. What we actually, the incentive is actually 2 or 3 times higher than the incentive that they got per day for guiding the actual tour, a group of people in the actual tour. So this is pretty interesting fact. During our experiment in doing virtual tour live here in Yogyakarta, in Indonesia, and also in different destinations in different countries. I mentioned earlier about the challenges. So these are some challenges that we have been facing during our virtual tours. Particularly, most importantly, is the technical challenges, particularly the internet connection, the technology. Imagine that once or twice that when we did our virtual tour live, and then suddenly the electric company just shut down everything. The electricity is just like, oh my God, it's black out. So we've got a backup for another co-host to play the recorded video as a backup before I jumped in again to the Zoom. So that is one of the technical challenges. Internet connection, internet network are not covering the whole areas of Indonesia. So this is such a big homework, such a main issue for us in digital project, in virtual tour project as well. For human resources, most people are lack of, particularly in local destinations, they lack of the knowledge of how to organize virtual tour, how to use the technology, how to do this and that, how to prepare those technological things. And so there are like some solutions for that we are recommending. The first one is the partnerships between ministries, particularly for the internet connections and technology. For example, the Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy can partner with the Indonesian Ministry of Education in communication and information and also technology in terms of the provisions of internet network in the whole areas of Indonesia, so they can do virtual tour live on destinations, although they have like several different technologies as well, because of there are more advantages if you are doing virtual tour live. And then partnership between ministries and public-private partnerships also very important. Ministry can partner with a public sector as well and private sector as well, like tour operators, local destinations, and even between the departments for giving capacity building for human resources to run the virtual tours, and then all the capacity building and tour operators, and then also giving the opportunities for tourism people who are working in tourism sector who work together for this virtual tour project. During the pandemic, we realized that virtual tour is actually can be considered as a substitution of the actual visit, because when it's impossible for you to go to visit the destinations, you can go to for virtual tours to visit destinations online through the meeting platform or through different places as well available online. But what we see that in the future, we can still do the virtual tour project, particularly in travel season, because after several virtual tours that we have been doing, we found the fact that virtual tour can be used as a promotional media. This will be more interesting and more fun media to promote the destinations, because you can get the information on. So that is one of the advantages of doing a virtual tour live. You can get the information live. This is pretty similar like a virtual tour as a teaser. I remember that when we did our virtual tour, the first virtual tour in Fremantle in Western Australia, some of the participants requested that for us to visit one of the local accommodation to see how much is the price per night, and then what kind of facilities that they have, so they don't get tricked by the power of picture on camera available online, because sometimes they like edit here and there. So they can get the information online, the facilities, the room size, most importantly, the price, so they can actually prepare how much money that they will bring, that they can prepare to visit the destination. And then the next thing is that virtual tour can be used for specific purposes, particularly for education, for example. We have several clients from Australia. So we are partnering with several institutions, with several universities and schools that have Indonesian language programs. So we are proposing them to do a virtual tour live from Indonesia in basic Indonesian language. So this virtual tour can be inserted in one of the teaching sessions. So this can create more fun and more interactive classroom while they're learning Indonesian language. So we are proposing this to the Indonesian Ministry of Education to insert virtual tour in one of the curriculum, so they can actually learn it from on site on destination. If, for example, if they're incapable in visiting the places or at the destination. And then the next one, a virtual tour is an inclusive method of traveling, because in several virtual tours that we have been organizing, some of the participants are coming from the group of people with disabilities, so they've got the difficulties in mobility. While we are doing the virtual tour in example, like the first picture in the bottom, that they are very curious what is actually on the top of Borobudur. So we did our virtual tour live from Borobudur Temple to provide all the information to not only for it's very inclusive, not very exclusive. So this is very inclusive, so it can include everyone in the tour as well. Of course, this virtual tour is not perfect. There are some pros and cons, and also some discussions regarding about the virtual tour, particularly in this digitalization project, that the virtual tour has less negative impact on the environment, because what we are trying is that in travelism is that because our concept is sustainable tourism, that we are trying to minimize the negative impact that we can bring to the environment. So we bring nearly zero waste to the destination while we are doing the virtual tour. And then also it can reach broader market through the OTS, through the trainings that we are doing to local destinations. We also help them to post their online products, online virtual tours to different marketplace, to different OTS, for example, Airbnb online experience, for example, so they can actually they can actually expand their target market to the bigger one, not only from Indonesia, but also from different countries. So for example, if they put their product, their online tour in different OTAs, and then they schedule it in one time so they can reach much wider target markets for organizing virtual tours, and it also gives positive impact for their revenue. And then this virtual tour can be used as a post-COVID-19 pandemic and tourism resilience strategy, particularly for the areas that is impossible for us to visit in different colored zone because of the numbers of the cases are very high. So we can use this virtual tour as the post-COVID pandemic and tourism resilience strategy. For the cons, I realized that although we are trying to make as similar as the actual tour while we are doing virtual tours by bringing everything, the ambience, but still, it is still incomplete experience. It's only a recreation of the reality. You don't really get the ambience of because some the ambience you cannot really smell that one. For example, if you arrive in Bali, if you arrive in Yogyakarta, you can smell like a very unique sense while you are arriving in Jogja or Bali or in other destinations as well. And then the second one, it doesn't give a good revenue for local destinations as a whole or local stakeholders in the tourism destinations as a whole, but it gives good revenue only for several group of people, tour operators, local hosts, local communities. We are trying to also to partner with local communities as a host so they can also get the impact. And then local small medium enterprise, only 1 or 2, because we only visit during those 2 hours, we only visit only 1 or 2 local products for local small medium enterprise, so they can also sell their products to the participants online, and that happened. And so we are like a liaison officer, we are like a middleman between the producers and also the buyers. So it's not also for not everyone are capable to access to the technology, and then of course with there are a lot of technical challenges, so there are still this virtual tour is still debatable. Therefore, I'd like to conclude my presentations with several recommendations. The first one is to strengthen the partnership between the ministries, not only in Indonesia, but also the ministries in Asian countries, and then the ministry in Asian countries through public-private partnership, public sector, the private sector, sectors as well. And then the second one, government PPP support through incentive and capacity building for destinations to go digital, that because it is very pivotal. And then the third thing is the policy regarding virtual tourism in terms of how this virtual tourism can give a good and give a good impact and benefits not only for several group of people, but the tourism destinations as a whole. And then the last one, because this topic is about ASEAN Tourism Zoning, and then we recommend that this virtual tour is also inserted in the ASEAN Tourism Zoning platform that we are going to create, particularly for the yellow and red zoning area. For example, if you have the platform already on the website, and then you click one of the country and the conditions of that that country or that area is in, for example, in orange or in the red zone area, there should be a virtual tour recommendation available that they can link to different virtual tours online, virtual tour products online with different tour operators available in the country. And that's all. Virtual tours is one of the evolution process by being somewhere by going nowhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilang. Yeah, so now I'd like to direct the question from Mr. Ahmad Faiz. And the question is, what are the challenges in the development of virtual tours during this time, since the tourism industry having financial problems currently?
Okay, thank you for the questions. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that the challenges is that the technical challenges and also the human resources, and then because there are not everyone can get the access to technology. Not all the tourism destinations can also get the access to the technology, the internet connections, and then also human resources are some of human resources are not capable. So I believe that the partnership between the government, the support from the government for the provisions of the technologies to support this digitalization project through the virtual tour, and also capacity building through trainings, through related with the topic related to how to organize virtual tour. For example, using the technology, how to use the Zoom, because like, believe it or not all people can use Zoom in local tourism villages, in the rural villages as well. And then also, so the technical challenges, and then the human resources challenges. Regarding to the financial problem, financial issues, of course, that we need the support from the government through the incentive. Like I believe that Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has already distributed the incentive through tourism sectors and also creative economy sectors through BIP program. It's kind of like an incentive for people or for businesses in tourism sector and in creative economy to get the budget for them to develop their products. And then also the regional government also play a huge role here. For example, in Yogyakarta, there are also incentives from the regional government for each village to get the amount is for about 1 billion rupiahs per village. So the Sultan, the governor of Yogyakarta, does not want that budget only building the infrastructure, but also for a capacity building for human resources as well. So this why this incentive can also be used to not only to support building and developing technologies in virtual tourism, but also the training as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for the explanation, Mr. Gilang. And let me proceed with the next presenter. Yeah, before that, it's a gentle reminder to all the participants, kindly fill up the survey through the link posted on the chat box so that you'll be able to get the certificates. Yeah, thank you. So we'll proceed with the next presenter, Town Planner Dr. Nur Hasliza Halim. She is the head of Tourism Planning Research Group, University Technology Malaysia, and also the Master of Science Program Coordinator. She has completed her doctoral degree in Tourism Management from University of Tasmania, Australia. She holds a Master of Science in Tourism Planning and Bachelor of Science in Urban and Regional Planning, both from University of Technology Malaysia. Her areas of expertise are sustainable tourism development, ecotourism, rural and community tourism, smart tourism, and tourism demand. She's also a tourism consultant in special area development, policy review, strategic planning, and regional development plan. So without further ado, I pass the floor to Dr. Nur Hasliza to share with us on the conceptual guideline for tourism digital zoning. Over to you, Dr. Hasliza.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sina Rajani, for the introduction on my behalf. And I would like to share my screen here to the presentation.
Okay, we can see the screen.
Is it in slideshow already?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, very good afternoon to everyone. I think I am the last presenter, as well as the only one female speaker here in our webinar but of course, I've been accompanied by Dr. Sina as another female working committee members here. On behalf of the webinar 4 working committee, I'm very grateful that I can represent to the everyone, which I think been selected. Okay, I've been selected by the working committee to present the conceptual guideline for the tourism digital zoning as an integrative framework. So from the presentation today, my presentation today basically in summarize all the speakers that have been pointed out, and as well as how the working committee has been formalizing how this tourism digital zoning should be look like. So I will start with the summarize of the background, what happened, and this is we already have this been mentioned by all the speakers previously, which is when the COVID-19 hit, the world went lockdown. And the major effect is to the tourism area, but of course all countries has been predominantly rely on tourism, as well as ASEAN, because ASEAN, as we know, tourism is main economic power to the ASEAN country. So when this unluckily, we don't know how and when the tourism can be started off. So the working committee from the webinar for ITTP COVID-19 discussed about the impacts and how we have to look into the destination management, which is in terms of the angle of traveler decision making to travel, the tourism related businesses preparation, as well as the government policy acceptance throughout the ASEAN countries. So we summarize and we look at the destination that can successfully offer a virus-free environment, internationally readiness of tourism destination for a new norm, as well as the government policy that support can become a new hotspot, okay, hotspot tourism. So what would be the criteria for such a tourism zoning? So I summarize from all the speakers previously, which is the comes into the 4 different key issues in understanding the impact of COVID-19, whereby the first one is the traveler or the tourist travel confidence. Okay, the keynote speakers has been mentioned about how tourists have a safety problem, health protocol, and negative image to the tourism destination. We also have listened to a few practitioners related to the readiness of the operations in terms of the cleanliness, safetyness, and also the conventional mechanism, like they are not ready for the digitalization, and as well as the government policy acceptance and implementation, how the government policy is difficult to implement, the law enforcement, for example, less incentives, skill support, funding and grants. So, and lastly, okay, which I put in the green scale, is the tourism safe zoning identifications. So from all these issues, we have sooner or later, we have to open up the border, and now we have to once the travel is ready to travel, so what are the safe zoning identification? So the lack of real-time determination of tourism safe area, which bring out the green zone traveling network. So as I mentioned, okay, the travel restricted tourists in the new norm. So we are the traveler. We are always looking at the travel restrictions and entry requirements from country to country that different from one country to another country. Safety and security become more priority to the travelers. Mindfulness of the tourists, people fear to travel. And pre, during, and post visitation preparations. What the purpose, or what are the needed of these tourists to start traveling? What they need to prepare, and of course, travel advisory become more important nowadays. And when we talk about the issues related to the tourism destination, the slowness in tourism destination in terms of the lack of creativity and innovation, as what been mentioned by the previous speaker. The tired products according to the tourists, unsustainable developments, okay, poor maintenance of tourist attractions, dependency syndrome from the government incentives, for example, okay, rely on the traditional marketing and promotions, challenge. So the challenge is in terms of the ASEAN tourism destination is to give a more innovative and risk-taking to all these tourism products, especially the local level products. So the next one is the reliance on the tourism policy. So many government policies having mandates and funding, okay, to carry out most of the tourism development. As we can see, all the countries already bring out the tourism policy, the incentives, and so on and so forth. However, there are lack coordination between the government, private, as well as the different level of stakeholders. So the core skills in terms of the core skills, okay, lack of understanding, and as well as the overlapping jurisdictions. So the challenge is to harmonize the tourism-related policies and public acceptance, especially in the ASEAN level. However, we already listened to the first three keynotes presentations this morning that there are certain strategies in the ASEAN level, which is in terms of the comprehensive recovery framework, and there are a few other more strategies that have been working out. Yeah, so this is the summary of the impact of COVID-19 on tourism, building the recovery, resilient people, prosperity, and planet, where we have two different shock in terms of the supply side shock, the demand side shocks, and which the tourism and travel ecosystem become disrupted, like what Dr. Kamaru has been mentioned, okay, in terms of the risk management taking and so on and so forth, and which is the built resilience and inclusive tourism in terms of the economic diplomacy, in terms of the better policy, business innovations, as well as in terms of the built confidence for the visitor, and as well as the market segments. Why we have to diversify the tourism offer, where we need to trust the information that given by the stakeholders, as well as the innovation to scale up the responsiveness for the market demand. All right, so when we summarize, okay, or the working committee, we summarize the three different angles of importance domain, which is the traveler decision making, the tourism destination, as well as the tourism related businesses, and the third one is the tourism policy in response to COVID-19. So we took into the aspects and criteria, which in terms of the traveler decision making, we have to make sure that at the end of the day, the tourists need to get the health certificate. So it recommended ASEAN tourist health certificates. The second one, in terms of the tourism related businesses, to prepare the standard operating procedure, which applicable to each of the countries, as on so on and so forth, to make sure that they are ready to open, not just to prepare the SOP, but as well as during the business operations, what are the priority that they need to keep priority. So this will give to the tourism-related operating certificates. And lastly, in terms of the tourism policy and response, of course, to make sure that all countries have been open for the tourism destination zoning to be tourists to become, so they will have to make sure that the health clearance and travelers entries, the COVID-19 free destination zones, as well as the government incentives toward the tourism businesses. So this will bring out to the tourism hotspot zoning level. Okay, so we introduce 5 color coding, which is the blue, green, yellow, and red and black, which I will explain later. And the next one is the green zone traveling network in terms of the real-time network. So this will give the tourism zone certificates. So for this, we come out with which we think that digitalization is equally important as vaccinations, actually, especially to the tourism destination, as well as to the tourists, to all the travelers. So we are now in the new norm, which not just a new norm to the tourists to get insight with our lifestyle, to get change to our lifestyle, but how the same goes with the traveling pattern. So with the COVID icon, which is C, is for the confidence. So we have to live with COVID already. So confidence, to develop to this confidence with the real-time data check and forecasting. So we have to make sure that within how many days, when we want to travel prior to our traveling, we are ready to travel, and as well as the destinations are good to go. And O is for the orderliness, which is to make sure that the sanitations, health, safety, cleanliness, and operational procedures all on the par or all the standards of the given by the government. V for the visualizations. Okay, I totally agree with most of our speakers been mentioned about we should live with the visualization now. We have to move on. So most of the community, most of the tourism operator have to develop online presence and leverage the technology for the product creativity, and as well as to centralize the promotion for each of the products. Of course, for the integration, we have to make sure that the integration development effort and support in terms of the facilities, as well as in terms of the governance level of stakeholders. And lastly is the domestications. We have to make sure and we have to leverage, embrace the domestic market, the resources within the safe tourism corridor. So with this, we come up with the 5 blue color coding, like what I already introduced just now, which is in ASEAN zoning parameter. Okay, in ASEAN zoning parameter, we come up with the 9th parameter, which is the first one with the different weightage, with a different weightage. For the first one is the COVID-19 record. So to make sure that the destination itself or the zoning itself in the blue color, it has to be 0 COVID in 15 days. And then vaccination status, weightage for 30% weightage, okay, out of the 100%, it has to be more than 90% or already achieved the herd community. And as well as in terms of the digitalizations and so on and so forth, so all the parameters which goes from top to the bottom. So we have blue color, which we aim, okay, each of the destination and for each of the traveler, okay, we as the traveler as well as the tourism operator as well as the government agencies, we're looking forward for the blue color coding star, where of course for currently probably we cannot achieve the blue color coding, but sooner or later we will soon achieve the blue color coding. But of course, these basic assumptions of the zoning parameter, which depends on the stakeholders' acceptance and also the detailed evaluation letter. Once we have ready, like what Prof. Ipoh already introduced in earlier of the conference webinar this morning, there are further research that we have to bring out, which in details evaluation of each of these color coding zoning parameter, which we were going to introduce to the ASEAN level. Then if you look at the black area, which means there are no kind of enforcement, not enough and don't care, or no buffers, so on and so forth. We are very familiar with the color coding green, yellow, and red. So that's why normally most of us we are looking forward to the green zoning. So because of that, we come up with the green zoning conference. Green zoning network. Okay, so we introduced the COVID-19 Safe Tourism Zone Star, which the first one is the 5-star rating with the blue zone, COVID-19 free zone, vaccination, 90% vaccination and supported with the excellent facilities and product utilizations. The second one is 4-star zone with the green zone, COVID-19, less than 10 cases, 70 to 90% vaccination and so on. We have introduced the 3-star yellow zoning, tourism zoning, with the less than 30% 30 cases COVID-19 and as well as the less than 50 to 70 vaccinations. We have star rating 2 with the red zone, and the last one is the 1-star with the black zone, which the COVID-19 more than 100 cases. All right, so this is the concept of green zone traveling network. So I take this concept. We took this concept from the green zoning traveling from the pan-European strategy. I think our first speaker this morning already mentioned about, Mr. Eddie already mentioned about how European recover from the tourism travel bubble, and as well as how European manage to bring in most of the international tourists to their area. Okay, so we started with the zone A, zone B, and zone C, zone D. So if the 2 different zones already green, so people, okay, traveler can now go to the zone C for examples. And then when zone B obtain the green label within the 3 days prior to traveling, for example, then they can move to the zone B if they want to make the move. Then, of course, when the zone D obtain the green level within the 3 days prior to traveling, so the traveler also can go to the zone D. So this is how it works, the concept of the green zone traveling network. And we map the ASEAN Tourism Digital Zoning Network for all countries, okay, for all countries. So we have pilot destinations that have been introduced by our keynote speaker this morning. So most of the countries already introduced their pilot destination, their pilot tourism zoning. So most of the pilot destination mostly with the nature of island or sometimes with a very small area. So we like for example, in Indonesia, they are not introducing to the whole Bali as the pilot destination, but they only choose a few small area within the Bali itself. So this is what we can do. So the ASEAN Tourism Digital Zoning Network can be larger scale or can be a very small scale up to the destination itself, like for example national park and so on. So I put the examples here, which Phuket. So every time when you click to the area itself, then it will appear, okay, it will appear in your mobile apps how the status will look like. So this is what we have come up with. Okay, so the green zone traveling network status for the current day, okay, for the today status is a yellow zone. Okay, yellow zone with the focus area and as well as the detail of each of the elements. And of course, we have the limited access to for today for those travelers who still need to go. So this will give the confidence level to the traveler. So this is what it will look like in the every interface that we going to promote. The first one we have here is the Phuket. So we put the examples of Phuket as the green zone traveling network status for today. Is yellow zone with the focus area in terms of the health check is COVID-19 case 6 case today, and vaccination status is 50%. So quality infrastructure and facilities, virtual platform is 85%, tourism business protocol is 90%. And they allow vaccination international travelers to visit the island without the quarantine requirement. So this is what happens. So once the traveler click on the tourism zoning, digital zoning application, so they will have information, a center information which include all the parameters that we built together, okay, with different angles of the purposes, like for example, for the government policy as well, which part that they need to cover in terms of the tourism operator, which attractions or which product they need to give priority to be open up, and as well as to the traveler itself to give the confidence level to the traveler. The next one is Langkawi. So we have here for Malaysia is Langkawi. So the green zone traveling network status is yellow zone, which means the focus area of the COVID-19 case is 13 case and vaccination status is 42. In terms of the quality infrastructure and facilities is 80% and the tourism business protocol is 80%. So this week, as for today, okay, as for today, Malaysian government already still limited the access to the business traveler that less than 3 days with the working permit as well as the medical tourism with the doctor clearance. So we also bring out the Bali and Kuang Siap Reef as examples of the pilot destinations. All right, as a conclusion, so strengthening the resilience of tourism industry require the enhancement of the destination capacity. So we have to make sure that the capacity is not too crowded. It gives maximum benefits to the all angles, all stakeholders. Right, the tourism operator, the tourists, as well as the government to comply with the health certifications, to reduce the destination vulnerability and to prepare for the tourism shock. And also, as well as in terms of the establishing the ASEAN Green Zone Traveling Network is very crucial, which it will grow as the spread of virus progressively contained. So we have to make sure that once the virus is contained, then this Green Zone traveler will now grow into the all destination tourism zoning will then be in green color. So to ensure the safe mobility and allowing traveler into the green zone to green zone area. So with that, I would like to say thank you to again for listening to my sessions, and of course to the Secretariat team. Back to you, Dr. Tina.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nurhasliza. Now I'm waiting for the technical team to post a question. Sorry, we are waiting for the technical team to post a question.
It's okay, Dr. Sina.
Okay, so the question is, how long does this initiative can be conducted before we can see the travel bubble around ASEAN?
All right, there are many arguments when we discuss this matter with our working committee across ASEAN countries, of course. So some countries mentioned that we now ready to open. We are now can get the green zone networking within a few months, and some countries mentioned about the different things. Of course, in the first phase, it will be covered in a very long phase, and we're not sure yet how long the pandemic we have to live with the pandemic, like it or not. Okay, so. It's been very difficult to the ASEAN countries to try to try on the testing area. So that's why we promote. We are recommended the pilot destination as our first stage of the reopening for the green zone traveling networks, and then after that, probably it can be at the national level first, which is through the domestic traveling pattern. Then we can see the network green zone traveling network within the country, and then after that, we can proceed to the neighborhood countries and as well as to the ASEAN countries as a whole. So that's what I think we as far as we consider. Throughout the discussions previously.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Hasliza. I'd like to thank Mr. Gilang Ahmad Fauzi and Dr. Nur Hasliza for the informative talk. So we will now proceed to the next session of the webinar on issues and recommendations. Thank you once again, Dr. Nur Hasliza. We have invited representatives from 6 countries, namely Brunei Darussalam, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Philippines, and Vietnam. So our first representative is Pangeran Dr. Emaroy Larifion Abbas from University Brunei Darussalam. Over to you, sir.
Hi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon. So I'm Dr. Emir from University Brunei Darussalam, representing for Brunei Darussalam. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so I've been given this structure for presentation, so I'm just going to follow that. So basically, the needs for this in terms of needs for opening tourism in Brunei, because most of the tourism in Brunei is basically we have Ulu Temburong National Park, which is we're trying to promote ecotourism and Islamic tourism as well. From an academic institution, it's very much linked because within the Ulu Temburong National Park, it's quite a big park, yeah. It's very have a virgin forest. It's linked to our environmental research at UBD, particularly the Kuala Belalong Field Research Center, which resides in the within the Ulu Temburong Park National Park. Within the national park themselves. So within the that's where basically our environmental researchers do their research, and we do provide as well services for tourists. For example, in terms of mini displays and centers, etc. We also provide educational tours. So for the research perspective. Other than that, our engineers is also active in the area. So let's say we collaborate with the environmental researchers. So let's say in plant detections or bird sound detection. So that's where we park our research. Of course, related to that is we need to increase the economic activities in terms of at the moment, tourists is basically stopped, except for domestic tourism now. So from outside, we don't receive, it's very much controlled. So it affected especially our food and F&B businesses, as well as travel and hotel industries. Next slide. Okay, so it's been a year, actually, more than a year, for Brunei, since our last local COVID infections, in fact, the last one is 6th of May 2020. But at the moment, our border is very much closed. So the borders are tightly controlled by the authorities. So there's no free flights, and visa needs to be approved before travel, even, as well as we impose a 2 weeks quarantine period. So I feel now it's time for us to move. So the universities, we are working with government, looking into whether we've been trying virtual tourism, tapi there's not much success lah. I think the government is realizing now it's about time we need to promote, we start redoing tourism again. So in terms of, there's two issues that we need to address. One is the real public health problem, and the second one is there's a fear factor as well for the government, for the people. Because we have been having zero COVID cases for such a long time, and of course the population is very much worried that what will happen if we open tourism. So it's very much, we need to put a system in place to secure the public health, as well as to promote to eliminate these fear factors. Okay, so one of the things that we can do is the problem that we have in terms of public health is in terms of compliance. So at the moment we're using tracking and the wearing of masks, although it's not mandatory, but for public places we still have to wear masks, and then social responsibility to stay away from public spaces when not well. So I think the enforcement of this health protocol, let's say if we go to shops, right, we have to scan in and scan out from the shop. So I think the authorities are finding it difficult, especially now. People are getting more complacent. So the enforcement needs to be there. And then related very much to the ecotourism, because sometimes the places are we need to use a boat to get to some of these places. So provisions of facilities, let's say in terms of providing clean water, because for COVID cases, you need to wash hands and everything. So you need to have access to clean water. So it can be a problem as well. Of course, with that financial problem imposing the above, meaning to enforce this health protocol and to provide these facilities needs, it's a chicken and egg situations, because now there's no tourism, there's no people visiting this area, there's no money coming in, and then there's very much less incentive from the private sector to improve the infrastructure as well. At the same time, there's a coordination problem. So let's say if we have a private sector that wants to improve the infrastructures or provide these facilities, there's so much uncertainties whether, let's say if I provide lodging business, right, in the national park, there's so much uncertainty what will happen in a few months. So that needs to be addressed by the government as well. Next slide, please. So for the last one, in terms of recommendation, right? So I think government plays a big role. So most importantly, I think the government need to assist in the coordinations of these activities, because the ecotourism is actually quite oscillated. So they need to be a coordination from when people come to the airport and then to move from the airport to different places and so the government plays a big role in that, and they need to give incentive to open up the tourism, to reopen the tourism industries. Because of providing facilities, infrastructures is quite expensive. So they can be, government can also assist in providing these facilities. So in the past, it's up to the, so let's say if I'm opening up a hotel business in the lodging business in the Ulu National Park, it's up to me. But the government now, because the government need to step in to help the private sectors in introducing these facilities. We also suggested from UBD part implementation of improved tracking or detection device. So basically, using technologies to gain tracking method for detections. So let's say to help with the detection of compliance of people to the current health protocol. We also need to have because people are getting more complacent, we have to have more public health promotions and imposing strict protocol in tourist areas as well. Of course, this, because with the vaccination coming in, I think we are nearly 30% vaccinated in Brunei. So we need to have a travel certificate as well. So it need to be imposed to tourists before they can travel, and then testing upon arrival. Because at the moment, the quarantine is two weeks. But if with the for pre-vaccinated tourists, it can be reduced some more. And also the important thing is for the tracking of this tourists, not only for tourists, for the locals as well. We also floated the areas of zoning of areas. So meaning we allocate, this one is more of to build confidence from the locals. So we zone the area, this some of the areas is only for locals and some areas for tourists. Just to build in confidence of the locals, to build to trust again the tourism industries. I think that's it for my side. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emir. Yeah. Let's move on to the next presenter. It's just a gentle reminder for all the representatives. Each of you will be given 3 minutes to discuss on the issues and recommendations. Okay, now let's welcome Ms. Duangmala Pongmawong from Laos. She is the Managing Director of EXO Travel Laos. Over to you, Ms. Duangmala.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me well? So, yeah. Okay. As I'm from private sector, I will try to be more pragmatic and what we have been done for the last 14 months. So, and what I will share to you is my company experience during this COVID pandemic. So, next slide, please. So the slide is come from a professor that helped me. So I will not read everything, but I will talk about why we need to reopening the tourism in Laos. I think that we realized that the tourism industry is very important because this is create the job to the population around the country every levels, and specifically in Laos, we promote ecotourism, the tourism with the local way of life and the culture. So last April 2020, the country is start to lock down. And then, the tourists stopped to visit the country. At that, we realized that step by step, we have a lot of the issue of the people unemployment. And of course, the business is closed one by one as well. So, and of course, at the same time, we realized that the tourism product that we built during the last 15 years could die in very few months. So that is push us to try to find a solution to see how we can keep those products survive. So next slide, please. So this is the actuality of the situation in travel restriction due to the COVID-19 outbreak. So of course it's become very, very complicated, even for the domestic market to travel around the country at the moment. We authorize only the people already got the 2 doses of the vaccine, travel by land or by a plane. They have to have that. Knowing that the domestic market in Laos is very small because we have only 7 million of population. So it means maybe only 50,000 used to travel as the tourists. So bring us as the private sector community to try to find a solution and propose a talk with the government. So I come to my recommendation. Please, next slide, please. So I listened on this morning on the presentation from different experts, professors, and it gives me a lot of idea. Of course, I will bring that to my government as well. So I think that the government have to support to tourism industry to help us to get access to finance, to rebuild, to reopen our business, and specifically for the product that are good to generate the employment and income to the local population, and to create the new job for the new young generation, to support the startup, to create the new product in terms of digitalization, and then how to say that. It's really difficult situation for all of us, and I see that ASEAN have a lot of idea, information, and hopefully that Laos, as part of ASEAN, will benefit of the help of the other people, because specifically in tourism, Laos is not a destination standalone. We have to rely on our neighboring country in terms of connectivity, flight, for example. So our main tourists come from everywhere, is passed by Thailand. So of course we have now from Malaysia, Vietnam, and Singapore, but it's still very, very limited. So hopefully that with this idea of the zoning and joy working with ASEAN community, and then Lao tourism can be survive and can continue to cooperate and then offer the tourist product to the ASEAN community, because don't forget that Laos is the less the country that have the less affected people. We until today we have less than 2,000 cases and only 3 deaths. Yeah, that is for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duang Mala. So before I proceed to the next presenter, it's just a gentle reminder, each representative will be given 3 minutes. So I'd like to invite the representative from Myanmar, Associate Professor Daw Kin Myo Soo from Yangon University of Economics. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, I think she might have the connection problem. I think we can, check first. Ms. Tina.
Can I have Associate Professor Mr. Daw Kin Myo Soo from Myanmar?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Daw Kin Myo Soo, Associate Professor from English Department of Yangon University of Economics, Myanmar. Actually, I study English only at the university, and then now I'm teaching business English at the University of Economics. that is the specialization of economic student, business student, but I'm interested in tourism. In Myanmar, there are many sectors, various sectors in Myanmar. Among them, tourism not only contributes towards more economic activities, but also generations more employment revenues and play a significant role in development of the country. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020 in Myanmar, tourism is the most hit impact of among the various sectors. The topic I'm going to present is the needs for opening tourism. There are three various components. The first one is personal need and family needs. The second one is sustaining tourism objects. And the third one, the last one is increased economy activities. Okay, there are the needs for family needs. There are personal needs. Personal needs are sociological needs, for example, hunger and thirst, and then safety and security. The third one, social needs, and then the fourth one, esteem, and the last one is self-realization. So these are the examples for each of the personal needs. And then I would like to carry on to the family needs. Family needs actually generally they want budget-friendly vacation packages. Generally, family choose natural, cultural, and special tourism activities. It gives the opportunity to the families. They get that bonds, that's the attachment, and then educational. Sometimes the trip can be educational for their kids. And then the next one is they get the memories after their trip. And then the next one is they would like to visit the new places and they would like to try new things. The last one is they can be healthy because due to their freedom from the stress. And then the second topic I would like to carry on is sustaining tourism objects. There are tangible and intangible. Tangible is dealing with craftsmanship. That's these are the example of Myanmar handicrafts and then Myanmar traditional food. For example, Myanmar handicraft is lacquerware, silverware, jade flowers, vase, and the handmade material bought as souvenir or gifts. And then Myanmar traditional food is, for example, moringa, pickled tea leaves, and then palm sugar that's made of sweet toddy. And the intangible is concerned with culture. For example, tourism activity, for example, horse riding, bird watching, cycling, feeding, elephant hiking, trekking, etc. And then the third one is we are going to increase the economy activities. So economy activities are found in natural-based tourism. For example, cycling, horse riding. For example, we can do cycling and horse riding in Changda Beach, Napoli Beach, Weisang Beach, etc. That's called beach resort. The next one is hiking and trekking, mountain in Chin State, mountain resort. Bird watching is Moyenji bird watching site that is situated in Bago region. Feeding elephants, for example, playing Kandaya elephant camp, Nyang Township, Manly region, and then Moyoji elephant camp, that's a Chowdaga Township in Bago region. And then the next one is forest trips that is situated in Loga in Yangon region. The next trip is pagoda trips. So there are all many pagodas all over Myanmar. The famous ones are Shuidago, Sule, Pagan, and Nyau pagodas. The last trip is lake trips. For example, Taungji, in Taungji, near Taungji, there is an inlet lake that's also very famous. And then safety problem and COVID-19 zone. These are the issue-related opening tourism activity. That's the next topics I would like to discuss. Safety problem COVID-19 risk zone is especially recently was started in Chin State, Northern Shan State, Bago region, ARE region at first, later it spread to Mandalay, Yangon region, and now almost the whole Myanmar as a third wave of COVID-19 pandemic. And the health problems, health protocol compliance is, for example, there's the practices of all kinds of preventive measures, example, social distancing, accommodation in Myanmar due to the lack of space in some areas. And then law enforcement. There's an announcement on precautionary restriction measures to control COVID-19 pandemic made by the Ministry of Health and Sports in infected regions. The next one is cleanliness problems at tourism area. There are some guidelines and restrictions for the practice of health protocol. And if the public do not follow the guidelines and the rules and regulations, the action will be taken on them by the government. And then we need to increase the economy activities because of the due to the financial problem. In Myanmar, there are roads and bridges. These roads and bridges, especially in district, are still being constructed or renovated now to give the socio-economic transportation benefit in spite of its poor access during the rainy season by the government. And then infrastructure problems. Some roads are difficult to be accessed, and so it is hard to support implementation of health protocol restriction. And then utilization smart travel certificate. For there, it's still difficult to take that kind of certificate in Myanmar. But COVID-19 vaccination has been started since January in 2021. And then the government support to tourism industry, for example, free rate of interest to invest in SMEs. There is no need to take many documentary to set up a company for the investor. People mindfulness in COVID-19, concerning people mindfulness in COVID-19, meditation center supervised by the monks in monastery is conducted by online teaching. That's to reduce the level of stress. The next one is yoga practices is on the mindfulness bara one online teaching and the online Dhamma teaching. That's according to the Lord Buddha. Opening the COVID-19 call center also conducted to reply the query on health awareness about COVID-19 facts for abiding by the restriction to the people on time. I have the recommendation. After the COVID-19 recovery, I would like to recommend the following. Number one, the resilient tourism recovery should be brought about on the road to making progress in Myanmar. Two, incentives should be offered to foreign investors to create new job opportunities and thus new economic opportunity to pay way to the sustainable development in tourism sector. Three, the last one, more and more better, sustainable and eco-tourism activities should be created by not only the stakeholders, but also the public by cooperating with each other to establish the query tourism industry. That's the end of my presentation. These photos are tourism in Myanmar.
All right, thank you very much, Associate Professor Daukin Myosu. So let's welcome the next presenter, Professor Maria Arlene de Simulation from Far Eastern University, the representative from the Philippines. Sorry, ma'am, you have to unmute.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, esteemed members of the conference chairman and the Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Associate Professor Maria Arlene de Simulation from Far Eastern University, Manila, and I will be sharing with you insights from the issues the initiatives, as well as recommendations called from research, industry practitioners, and other related information about our COVID activities. Next slide, please.
Sorry to interrupt. Associate Professor Maria, can you please bring the mic closer to you? Because it's not clear.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is this better?
Yeah, slightly better.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So I'll be discussing the issues, the initiatives, as well as recommendations called from research and discussions with focus groups from members of the industry. Next slide, please. Do I take care of myself? Thank you. The issues in the Philippines are similar to those that we have in the ASEAN region. As of March 2020, we had a 36% reduction in international tourist receipts. That's 279.5 billion in pesos, and almost 80% of related businesses in tourism closed. And without a clear end in sight for COVID, these numbers are increasing. Our MICE tourism roadmap that was set for 2030 to receive a forecast of 1.4 billion revenues will have to also be recalibrated. And we know that the majority of stakeholders across the supply chain are small and medium-scale enterprises. Aside from this, the Philippines is an archipelago with more than 7,000 islands. Next slide, please. Aside from social distancing, lockdowns, and other non-pharmaceutical interventions, the government, through the Interagency Task Force, which is composed of different government agencies in the Philippines to help with the COVID response, came up with different categories of quarantine measures. And these are in acronyms of ECQ, MECQ, GCQ, and GCQ. The criteria is for movement, transport, work and commerce, including those for the hospitality, tourism, and leisure enterprises. GCQ simply refers for general community quarantine, modified general community quarantine, and enhanced community quarantine. As of yesterday, the children aged 5 years and older have been allowed now to move around and go into some selected tourist establishments and attractions like parks and playgrounds, beaches, and the outdoor tourist sites that have been approved by the Department of Tourism. Next slide, please. Aside from the IATF, the government, through the local government units across the country, have also been taking care of maintaining contact tracing, maintenance of the requirements for lockdown if necessary, the release of social amelioration program, cash bonds or ayuda in the language, and they're also managing the arrival of returning overseas Filipino workers. Aside from that, they also have made sure that the seniors who have been fully vaccinated have been allowed also to move around in selected Department of Tourism enterprises. So it's a combination of the IATF, the national government with the agencies, as well as the local government units that are making sure that we are safe, secure during this pandemic. Next slide, please. Another initiative done by the local government units is taking care of vaccinations for their respective cities, provinces, and areas. And we also have contact tracing through the quick response code or the QR code, which is used in hotels and malls to speed up and facilitate entry of people who would like to go into this tourist establishment. Next slide, please. I am very pleased to share that the Philippines has received the Safe Travel Stamp from the World Travel and Tourism Council through the initiative and the continuous work of our Honorable Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat. We have been informed that we have complied with all the protocols that are required for a tourist destination. And some of these initiatives have been the redirection of international flights to the main airport in Manila, the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, continuous assessment and evaluation of tourist establishments, and a release of certificate of authority to operate for those who get this kind of approval. Arriving passengers from restricted countries have protocols, and those not from restricted countries have to follow the required hygiene and protocols for fully vaccinated individuals and guests. There are new normal protocols that are being updated regularly for the accommodations, tourists, transport, restaurants, and MICE venues and organizers. We are well aware that MICE is the sector that brings together all of these industries in tourism, leisure, and hospitality. Aside from that, we received the safe stamp from WTTC because of our global health hygiene protocols, and we continue through the Department of Tourism to have upskilling through webinars as well as strong marketing campaigns in preparation for the reopening of the country. We also continue to have strong linkages with ASEAN and our global industry partners. For the recommendations, next slide, please. These are insights from research as well as from focus groups from industry players. We need a strong collaboration with ASEAN. We need to review the significant role of stakeholders in co-creating a more resilient tourist industry. We need to create authentic and engaging tourist experiences because research shows that our tourist visitors and guests now have different levels of expectations because of what they've experienced through the pandemic. We need to reinforce our use of information and communications technologies, the active participation of destinations and communities in decision-making, as well as the creation of coherent, seamless strategies and consistent protocols across more than 7,100 islands. All of this must be anchored on inclusivity, diversity, equity, bordering on the circular and regenerative economies so that we could achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. These are our insights and presentations from the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Maria Arlene. So let's move on to the next presenter, Professor Dr. Supa Pengpit from Mahidol University, representing Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Actually, it's not really representative of the country. Perhaps I'm the only one from Thailand who registered for this Congress. So I'm talking in the perspective of working in ASEAN Institute for Health Development. And I think it's very much concerned with the public health issue and opening of the travel. So when we look at the situation in Thailand, can you move to the next slide, please? At the moment, we are grading in 4 colors like this. This is for health, not for tourism. The yellow is no new case, but it's surveillance. And the upper level of the yellow is maybe have the incidence less than 10 cases. And the red color is the still have more than 30 cases, and the dark is the highest. I think it's more than 100 or 200 incidents. Next slide, please. Actually, what is the need of opening the tourism? I think maybe if we can look at only the statistic that Thailand has 2.9 trillion of 2019 income from the tourism industry. So I think now all of the economic related is stuck. So I think we need to what I can call resuscitate of the economic. But in terms of personal need, like maybe to me, in the education section, I think we have an urgent 2 issue. First one, the personal, like when we have the congress like this, I've been always travel to run workshop and a conference, seminar, teaching for the student. Maybe in Indonesia, I was there maybe 3 times a year in the various setting and workshop. And for the education, we have the international student for my Asian Institute. For now, the whole of last year, international student cannot travel in the country to do study. So I think apart from the tourism, and I think the Congress and the student movement is also part of this, maybe the new regulation of tourism that is need to come in. Next, please. We have, I think you have mentioned, many earlier speaker was mentioning about Phuket's sandbox that is opening in July. Oh, I have only a few seconds. So Phuket is the island is open already in the first phase, and the second phase we will start in August with the other island and the nearby province. September we will open Chiang Mai, a northern zone, and October we hope to open Bangkok. It depends on the new cases at that time. Next slide, please. I think the issue we have opening of this because we have the related infrastructure, what we call the CO trip, that is including the people who are related have to wear PPE. They have the CO routing travel. We have the charter flight to service between the short distance, and I think all of the law enforcement are already in place. I think we still need to talk about the staff health, the inspection, the food standard service supply chain. I think this is very, very important that is coming with the tourism that we are going to reopening, such as waste management and sterilization of the linen and the other infrastructure. Last slide, please. So the last one is about recommendation. I'm not going to repeat what the earlier speaker already talked. So I think one of the things that we need to mention here that is the different, I think, I want to mention about the referral system, because I working in healthcare system and I've been trying with the referral system in ASEAN, but it's not fully successful yet, like a medical health record and transfer people to do treatment or vaccination or continuing treatment with the other chronic diseases. Now we come to tourists. So I think all of this history of the vaccination, treatment, or diseases is need to link with the Ministry of Health, also not only tourism, because we need to transfer the safety or medical record, or we can call digital tourist record. In Thailand, we have many applications and devices to trace where the people are and what is the status if you are entering to the risk zone, or you are have the high risk people or infected people nearby you, something like that. And that is, I'm not going to talk the thing that is really established. So now we are ASEAN. I think it's very important that we need to develop network in terms of referring, not a health case referring, but tourist referring what has been inspected, like maybe in Bangkok, and from Bangkok, then people go to Singapore. We could know that what we can continue without having to do repeat the same procedure again. And I think this is need to be set up very quickly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dr. Supa. And last but not least, I'd like to call upon Dr. Jackie Ong Lê Tin from RMIT University, Vietnam.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Jackie Ong here, present on behalf for Vietnam. Next slide, please. Like elsewhere, I think we have a lot of needs for opening up tourism. Like in Vietnam, there are at least 4 key needs for opening Vietnam tourism. Firstly, like elsewhere, we all want to travel, whether it's on for domestic purpose or for international purpose, to visit our friends and our beloved relatives. And in Vietnam, the needs also include the relaunching of business travel, so as to have a more viable economic development here. And also the next needs is to sustain Vietnam tourism objective, which Vietnam have setting the goal of having a more sustainable development and encourage more tourist arrival number. And lastly, our tourism and hospitality industry is the worst hit. So the needs to really to increase the economic activities, especially in the lodging, food and beverage sector, aviation sector, cruise sector, and mine sector. And I think these are all similar to all the ASEAN countries. Issues in Vietnam here, actually not really an issue, because compared to globally, Vietnam situation is actually quite well controlled, except that recently the spike in the Delta variant virus. But the safety challenge here in Vietnam mainly is due with the COVID-19 regional risk zone. So it's the risk zone around ASEAN area. And the next issues relating here is public health challenge to further reinforce health protocol, standardization and compliance. Also the challenge also to reinforce the awareness and training among the stakeholders, which include the government agency, private sector, NGO, and the tourist members. And the next challenge that we face is financial opportunity for the investment in terms for infrastructure investment, development and operation of the infrastructure. Yep, I'll go fast. My recommendation, which include as what most of the members already highlighted, and this include really to really utilize the ASEAN Smart Travel Certificate for testing, tracking, implementing for health protocol and to create the awareness. And definitely we need strong support from the government to provide incentives, tax deduction for medium-sized enterprises or even for multinational corporations, especially in the tourism related sector. In addition, industry and visitor definitely have to be very mindful about the unfolding of the COVID situation. And we strongly also encourage the implementation and virtualization of tourism zone risk status. Typically, we need to really consider the latest number of COVID-19 infected people in the region and how it connected to the region from the airport to the entry point to the destination. Next, we also need to consider the implementation of rules and regulation for the tourism area for health safety purpose. And especially in Vietnam, we have the 5K plus vaccination and law enforcement, which is very well enforced here. And next, to consider in terms of promoting virtual tourism and online tourism center to create transparency and provide information for visitors. And lastly, to strongly promote and implement healthiness and cleanliness measure at tourism area or tourism objects, facility, and the people. Yeah, I have my 3 minutes, I hope. Yeah, thank you very much. And this is a recommendation from the organization to create this ASEAN Tourism Digital Zoning, which I think, we strongly recommended from Vietnam side here. Yeah, thank you very much for this all my presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Kasno Pamungkas. Over to you, Mr. Kasno.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Tina. Ladies and gentlemen, after we have such a very nice and interesting presentation from the all invited speakers and also issue and recommendation regarding ASEAN tourism zoning based on their knowledge, expertise, and perspective, we have wrapped the summary of the presentation and opinion from each invited speakers. The first one, Mr. Edi Krismedi Sumawilaga, in the topic of opportunities and challenges of ASEAN tourism in the new norm, underlines that resumption of the leisure travel will be important component to ASEAN's speedy economic recovery, and harmonization of risk assessment methodology among the ASEAN countries is an important key. And ASEAN Tahir will support the recommendation for the recovery of the ASEAN tourism and also support the to reopen the key destination by taking risk management approach and support the process of speedy vaccine for digital health credential. Then His Excellency Mr. Tisif focus his idea that response to COVID-19 is about restoring trust and confidence by vaccine and hygiene and safety. And there will be some international event in Cambodia in 2022 and then 2023 SEA Games in Cambodia, and 2022 is ASEAN Tourism Forum in Sihanoukville. And it is also part of the recovery plan resilient, which is start in 2020 until 2021, and then the recovery 22 until 23, and then relaunch 24 until 25. And implementation of Phnom Penh Declaration on more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient ASEAN tourism. Then Mr. Noviandi Makalam put the important point on COVID-19 pandemic, give opportunities for the tourism to get recovery. And then the stages of CHSE protocol development is necessary to apply. And then also the program platform involves innovation, adaptation, and then collaboration too. And then also strategic regulation, including legal aspect and then application, insurance, origination, and diplomacy, and also destination. And the last speaker that I become the moderator, Dr. Kamal Azahri Razak, investing in pandemic risk reduction for resilient tourism industry topic here, underlines some points, namely responsibly on tourism resilience. How do we better manage for the pandemic and tourism? And then investing in pandemic risk reduction for resilient tourism, involving people and then infrastructure, technology, and also information. Then it is necessary to do the reassessing multi-scale pandemic and then re-leveraging geospatial, reframing and recreating a sustainable tourism concept after the pandemic. Okay, the next one is to Dr. Tina.
Thank you, Mr. Kasnil. So I'll wrap up the whole session. As we are aware, the tourism economy have been heavily hit by the COVID-19 pandemic and contributed to decline of in terms of mobility of tourists since 2020. So the impact of the crisis is being felt throughout the entire tourism ecosystem. And you could see that from the presentations, the countries are shifting to develop recovery measures. However, it's actually hindered by numerous COVID-19 waves. Tourism digitalization paved the way towards a more sustainable and resilient tourism sector. As we could see also what have been presented today, many service providers are revamping their business models through expansion to virtual platforms and digital payment methods. So the tagline of Travelism Virtual Tour, of being somewhere by going nowhere, clearly indicates the power of virtual tour. And from the last presenter, Dr. Nur Hastiza, she proposed the outcome of the guidelines on ASEAN Tourism Digital Zoning, which includes health travel certificate, standard operating procedures, the SOPs, tourism policy harmonization, and pilot destination under the Green Zone Traveling Network. So it is important to restore the tourist confidence, not only to stimulate demand, but also for the sustainability of the industry. However, this coping mechanism will only be successful when an inclusive approach is actually taken. So in conclusion, it's clearly evident that the coordination within and between the governments, as well as the cooperation between the public and private sectors, will contribute to the successful recovery of tourism and hospitality industry. Hence, it's timely for the governments and other stakeholders to coordinate among themselves at both national and international level to boost the tourism industry. Hope that the insights from this webinar opens a new avenue for seamless coordination and collaboration among ASEAN countries in implementing the tourism zoning. On that note, I'd like to end the session and thank all the speakers and participants. So ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of our webinar. I would like to thank all the speakers once again for the informative and interesting discussion, and also to the audience for active participation. We hope you have learned and enjoyed the discussion on ASEAN Tourism Zoning. Thanks again for joining us today. Take care and stay safe. That's it from me. I'll pass the floor to the MC. Over to you, Ms. Reva.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reva.
Thank you, Dr. Tina, Mr. Kasno, and all of the speakers and representatives. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Ali Muhammad Puzi from the Tourism Planning Research Group of University Technology Malaysia to deliver a presentation on the online survey result and the implementation plan. Dr. Muhammad Ali, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC, for the. And then I will make it a summary, briefly summary, because I was the last session. So my name is Muhammad Alif from Tourism Planning Research Group UTM. So from the survey, okay, we achieved to get 321 respondents, with 50% is 21st and 30 years old, and then another 40% is 31st to 50 years old. And then from the survey, majority of the respondents agree that from destination selection, during the destination visitation, and after visitation, the two things that very highly important will be the healthy and safety procedures. And among them, the majority also willing to pay more for that, okay, the healthiness and the safety procedure. So they're willing to pay more. And for digital vaccination, 87% is agree, but there's a little bit than 10%, a little bit skeptical or maybe to receive the digital vaccination. And then, if majority want to revisit the destination, okay, the most important criteria is, of course, the safety, the COVID statistic, and the crisis situation within that country. But the other part, the other criteria that we need to implement also is the travel cost and the country acceptance. Okay. Furthermore, after that, within the short phases, medium phases, and long phases, okay, the government for the tourism readiness for short phases, what we have to do is the safety procedures, okay, the new product implementation, and government and private assistance. But for medium phases, they focus on upgrading infrastructure and product enhancements. But for the long phases, infrastructure and procedure is, of course, is the most important. And then after that, for the virtual, okay, for virtual, most of the respondents agree and already experience the VR, the virtual reality. Okay, but the problem is for the gamification is the least one. So I think there's an opportunity for tourism business to gain confidence to attract more tourists to gamification in tourism. Due to that, of course, is anyone interested in aspect of virtual tourism? Yes, majority, but one of that, which is 30%, is also become a maybe. Okay, answer is maybe. And then for the tourist zoning criteria, okay, the first thing is majority, 71% agree that we need to fly directly to the destination. Okay, so after that, what is the most important attributes is COVID-19 insurance for tourists, tourism bubble between destinations or countries, a vaccination program accelerating, and then pilot travel. For the pilot travel, what the suitable place will be the island with an airport. And for the buffer zone, the places of the choices will be the small town with an airport. Okay. And interestingly, even though we are in a COVID-19 case, which is very worst case scenario, and the willing to travel beyond the zoning is 72%. So as long we accommodate with the safety procedure, I think people willing to go beyond of the buffer area. Okay, and then for the character physical attribute within the ASEAN Tourism Zoning, okay, the highest safety will be the tourists and security staff should be in the very safe risk. And then for the low risk will be the nearby city. And then following by the medium risk will be the attraction. And then the lastly will be the transport, which is will be the highest risk. And then most important is for the guidelines, what majority one is the healthiness facilities. Okay, this is the highest priority, and the list will be the law enforcement. Means that as long healthiness and safety facility is provided, they will be attract the tourists. So I think that's all from the summary for the survey. I hope this survey could provide some insights for the participants to participate in the ASEAN Tourism Zoning or prepare for their own country benefits. Thank you.
Okay.
Please, MC.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Alif. Now I would like to request a group photo session with our speakers and audiences. Please switch on your camera. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more for good luck. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all of our agenda for today. Before I close the session, we would like to inform you to reach us through our website or by scanning the QR code provided on our screen.
We would also like to invite everyone to join us in our ITTP COVID-19 conference that will be held from 6th to 8th of August 2021. Full paper submission is still open until 30th July, and for more details, please visit our ITTP COVID-19 conference official website or official social media. With that, I'm Nick Abdillah.
And I'm Reva Salsadia, resigning as your MC for today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to see you in the ITTP COVID-19 conference next month. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Everyone.
រំវងគង់តែមានគេឈ្មោះខ្សែសងពីពេញបរិយធម្មតា
Terima kasih, thank you.
Terima
kasih, thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Earn, thank you very much, Dr. Earn.
Terima kasih, Prof. Eko.
Thank you, Prof. Eko.
Alright.
Cảm ơn from Vietnam.
Okay, Prof. Dave, thank you.
Thank you everyone.